don't quite line up perfectly.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, it's caused some issues, and actually Holly Sprint Is that handsome?
It's your presence.
Good evening and welcome to the Apex Town Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Let's see, I'll call your attention that there are going to be several items on the agenda that we're going to attempt to move as swiftly as possible for tonight's meeting. So, council members at your seats, you're going to see that there's a copy of the agenda with assigned proclamation readings and the other things that are there. And addressing the elephant in the room, I am not Jacques Gilbert. I'm the other handsome bald man who isn't named Arno or Terry.
Thanks for including me.
No problem, no problem. We got a lot on the agenda tonight, so we'll try to keep this as lively as possible. But in lieu of the invocation tonight, we'll do a diversity statement. But if you'll all please stand and join me if you're able with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I know that traditionally we have an invocation, but we'll have a moment of silence today, seeing as how yesterday was Memorial Day, and it gave us an opportunity to reflect on those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our liberties and our freedoms. I think it would be consistent for us to be able to have that moment of silence. But as we would always like to remind folks, the town of Apex has values and celebrates diversity and inclusion, and we see diversity as a strength that binds our community together. Inviting members from different faith communities to deliver an invocation at the beginning of our council meeting supports this unity. Recognizing that not everyone practices the same traditions, we welcome you to have a moment of silence today. And I'd ask you all to join in a moment of silence for those family members and those who have given the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the agenda. All consent agenda items are to be considered routine, to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, that item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any suggested amendments to the consent agenda tonight? Apparently there being none. All right.
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion by Zegerman, second by Gant. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And that's unanimous. All right, now we'll turn our attention to the updates by the town manager.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I have a few items for you. First, I'll start with our update on our third-party recalculation. As you know, the tool, the form, went live on Friday, so we know it's working. We've had a couple handfuls of people sign up already. We are in the works, if it didn't go out already, to a blast to all of our customers that we have email addresses on file, so that's in the works. We're also drafting the inserts for the next bills. It'll be similar to the information that's already on the website, but we're going to put that with each of the bills. Our contract, so speaking of printing of bills, our contract is in place with RevSpring. They are the company that assumed the technology and infrastructure of the company that we utilized prior that went out of business. So we have sent over the samples of the bills and inserts for them to proof, and they are have not provided us an exact mailing date yet. As we all know, they're working in the region with all of the localities that also are dealing with the same. So any day now, we could get that printing date, but they have all of our data, and we're working on the insert to put with that bill. So we should be ready to go pretty soon on that. Next is on the Tunstall House. We had a bid opening, partial bid opening, I'll call it. There were a couple bid packages put out. As you recall, we decided to give the option of phases with Tunstall or different components. So we put out 2 bid packages. One of those bid packages, we received 4 bids, and so we're good to go with the number we received there. Right now, we're working through, but it appears as though the low bid could be around the $1.5 million mark. That would be for renovation of the inside and outside of the Tunstall House. There's an option just for the exterior that's around $900,000. So what we're waiting on, and we've extended it through I think it's first week in June. It's probably right in front of me. Oh, right here, June 5th. That'll be the extension on the other bid package because we did not receive an adequate number of bidders. So we're hoping that by extending it, we'll get some more interest on that and hope that then we'll bring it to council and see how you'd like to proceed. But we do have enough right now on the renovation of the house. But the other piece that's in the second bid package is the site work. So in order for the house to be functional and to utilize it, you got to make it ADA accessible. We've got to do some parking stuff, drainage. So that will be integral if we're going to utilize the house. So you'll have some checkpoints of, do you want to just dress up the facade and make it where it's structurally sound for about $900,000. You can do the interior and exterior for about 1.5, and then the rest we'll have to let you know after we open the next set of bids for the site work. Okay. Moving on to our water meter upgrade. We have to date completed 12,300 accounts have had their water meters replaced. So that leaves a little over 15,000 left to go on that front. We did have as the meters get changed out, we've experienced a few delays. I believe I put that in my notice to you Friday. So those customers have been notified in writing. There are about 500 to 600 per cycle that have been impacted by that. At the end of the day, the bills are available if you're registered in the eSuite portal. You can go there and see your bill. They're posted. But if you're waiting for those paper bills, the majority will get, but there have been some that have been held up from each cycle with that meter integration. So we've communicated with those customers that are on both cycles that have been interrupted from that change. The complete change out should be done by December of 2025. So by the end of this year, we should be done with that. Moving into, I think, my last item, I want to let you know that our senior center received an award, architectural award, and this was from the AIA Triangles 2025 Awards. It was the Community Impact Through Design Award. So we have an award-winning senior center, and that was based on kind of the architecture, the inviting, the welcoming environment, the accessibility, all those factors went into, but our senior center is award-winning from an architectural standpoint. So just wanted to mention that.
Has amazing coffee too.
Yes, it does. And that is all that I have.
Okay. Any questions for the manager?
When you say the meter switch will be done by December, is that water and electric or just water?
That's just water. We hope to, with electric, we hope to start those upgrades in the fall of this year. So it'll be on the tail end of the water meter upgrades. We'll start the electric upgrades, but that will begin at the end of this year for electric.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you, Manager Vassberg. All right. Let's see. Then we'll move on to setting the regular meeting agenda.
Presentation.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, we have presentations. Yeah, no, we have presentations. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no, we'll do some presentations. So we'll move on to the presentations, and if my colleagues will join me down front for our unified readings. Okay, so today we have a proclamation reading for National Home Ownership Month 2025, and kicking off our joint reading is going to be Council Member Killingsworth.
National Homeownership Month on year 2025. Whereas National Homeownership Month provides an opportunity to increase public awareness of the many benefits of homeownership and to encourage opportunities to improve homeownership attainability, and
Whereas, throughout our nation's history, homeownership has been central to the American way of life, playing a critical role in strengthening families and communities, and
Whereas homeownership provides individuals and families a safe, stable, and secure place to prosper and thrive, and also serves as an engine of social mobility, and
Whereas our town is committed to reducing barriers to homeownership to help make the increasingly fleeting dream of homeownership more of a reality for residents in Apex. And
whereas the Town of Apex's Community Development and Neighborhood Connections Department does tremendous work in working with the community and helping to identify opportunities to promote attainable homeownership, and we are proud to have them on Team Apex.
Now, therefore, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, proclaims the month of June 2025 National Home Ownership Month in the town of Apex, and he encourages, and we encourage all residents to join us in recognizing the importance of striving for every resident to be able to own their own home. And I think joining us today for receive this is, who's receiving this? Oh, yeah. Members of our Community Development Neighborhood Connections Department. So, Lamont and Rebecca, you guys get to be the ones to receive.
yeah, come on, finish here.
thank you.
All right, and now we'll go to setting the regular meeting agenda. There's been some recommended changes by staff. Presentation number 2, the Juneteenth Proclamation, has been continued to June 10th. The presentation number 3, which is our LGBTQIA plus Pride Month proclamation, has been moved to June 10th as well. And then public hearings number 5, the transportation plan amendments related to the Lawrence property rezoning case has been removed until June 24th. And public hearing number 6, the rezoning for that same case has been moved until June 24th. Are there any other changes or amendments that need to be made to the proposed agenda? There being none, willing to accept motions to accept the agenda as proposed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all right, we have an agenda. Now we'll move to public forum. Public forum allows the public an opportunity to address town council, and the speaker is requested not to address items that will appear in public hearings as scheduled on the agenda. I'll recognize who will be able to speak. We'll remind you that, please, before you begin speaking, just let us know whether or not you're speaking on behalf of a group of more than 4. Comments must be limited to 3 minutes, and unfortunately, because we do have a very lengthy agenda today, we'll be holding very strictly to that 3-minute statement unless you're speaking for a group of more. You'll notice that we do have the lights. Green, keep talking. Yellow, get ready to sum it up. And then red, Please wrap up your comments. All right. Let's see. All right. First for public forum tonight is Miss Sarah Davis. And Ms. Davis, if you'll state your residence, and then it appears that you are going to be speaking for 4 or more persons.
Yes.
If you'll, those who will be, thank you, appreciate that. All right, Ms. Davis.
I live in Fuquay Arena, and my name's Sarah Davis. I am a social worker with Wake County Schools McKinney-Vento program. The McKinney-Vento Act is a law that addresses the needs of children and youth experiencing homelessness. And this is a federal law, so it applies to every state in the United States. I'm here to speak about how families in Apex and Wake County are being affected by the lack of affordable housing. In order for students to qualify for our program, they have to meet 3 different criteria, and that is that they have to be living somewhere temporarily, they have to have lost housing, and that has to be due to an economic or other hardship that qualifies for us. The main purpose of the program is to provide school stability for the students that are in the housing transition. And so this is why the law allows for students in our program to remain at their school that they are currently attending when they lose housing, even if they move anywhere in Wake County that is not in the base of that school anymore. Because research shows that children that remain in their school of origin have better outcomes physically, emotionally, academically, and socially. They've lost their housing and sometimes their possessions, friends and family, and more, so we don't want them to have to lose their school either. The family can always choose the base school if they want to, because the choice is always theirs. Research shows that it takes 4 to 6 months for a student to recover academically after changing schools. Most of the students in our program are in elementary school, which can lead to them to fall behind on the basic skills they're learning at such a vulnerable age, and the skills that they need to build on throughout school until graduation. And the research also shows that if a student is in housing transition and they don't obtain their GED or graduate, then they're 4.5 more times likely to be in transition with their housing or homeless when they graduate. Some of the services by law that we are entitled to give these students in our program, they are served for an entire academic year. Even if they obtain permanent housing that school year, they still are in our program and receive services the entire school year. They automatically get free breakfast and lunch. Like I said, they get school choice to attend base school or school of origin. They get transportation to and from school, no matter where they live in Wake County. They receive immediate enrollment into school, and all the required paperwork is waived. Their siblings that are going to be 4 by August 31st get to attend preschool with Wake County Schools, and we also can help provide financial assistance for students that are seniors and they're graduating that school year as seniors. And then this is one of the most important parts of what I wanted to say, that we've had data since 2014-15 of the number of students in our program. In 2014-15 school year, there were 2,736 students in our program that year. It's increased every year, and by last year, 2023-24, the number had more than doubled at 5,654 students that were in transition with their housing in the entire county. Our numbers for this school year, 24-25, will be more than last year. We just don't have the final number yet until the year-round schools finish at the end of June. And as of mid-May, there were 137 students in Apex that are in our program for this school year. The most common reason for loss of housing for students in Wake County schools in our program is eviction, and that is mostly due to the lack of affordable housing. We've seen this increase with the evictions due to lack of affordable housing the past few years as housing prices have soared. And lastly, I just wanted to share a quick story about a family that's been in our program for the last few years. The students in this family have been in our program for 3 years. They were doing just fine paying their rent each month, but when it came to renew their lease, the rent payment was going to be increased by $300, and this was in 2022. They signed the new lease, and within a few months, they were so behind that they ended up being evicted. They ended up having to leave their home, some of their possessions, and the neighborhood that they'd lived in for quite a few years. At first, they moved in with a family member, and all of them shared one room in that home. There were 4 family members. And this is when they entered our program, when they lost their housing due to the hardship of eviction, and they were staying somewhere temporarily until they could obtain permanent housing again. The home of the family member was no longer in the base area for their schools, but through our program, they were able to stay at their school of origins with transportation. During that year, they moved 4 more times, living in between family members' homes, hotels, and sometimes in their car. The parent had remained working the entire time, but has since struggled to obtain permanent housing due to the eviction on her record and the unaffordable rent prices, even in low-income housing areas. They have moved a few more times since then, but they have been able to remain at their schools of origin throughout this time due to the McKinney-Vento law. There have been mental health concerns during this time for students that they did not exhibit before they lost housing. The parent is still trying to find an affordable place to live and hoping to get a second job in order to not end up in the same situations due to high rent prices and knowing the potential for prices to rise with each year. This is just one of many stories I could tell similar to this. Families are living in cars and staying in overnight shelters more often now than ever because their family members that once supported them cannot anymore because they've also lost housing themselves. For these reasons and so many more, Apex and all of Wake County is in desperate need of more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Miskimen.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Mary Miskimen, 3177 Ratama Run in New Hill. There's been a lot of discussion tonight already of affordable housing in Apex at recent meetings, and I'd also like to use my time tonight then to go and further address that issue from my own personal experience. I serve as the chair of my HOA's Grounds Committee and have learned a lot about water runoff, SCMs, and RCAs, and the cost to homeowners to maintain those in addition to whatever neighborhood amenities there are. While under development, the open spaces, trees, and shrubs, along with the stormwater retention ponds in our neighborhood, were all maintained by the builder, and HOA fees were very reasonable. But once the build-out was completed, however, the neighborhood was left to pick up where the builder left off, and it has cost us tens of thousands of dollars and led to higher HOA fees. One stormwater pond, for example, continues to fail inspection, and the cost to repair it is a whopping $20,000. So when a town allows mass grading, it certainly is cheaper up front. I understand it. I've talked to builders. But because it creates runoff issues, we then need these stormwater retention ponds, which are very expensive to maintain. A new homeowner in a community likely has no idea about how much their fees are going to be impacted because of the ponds and how much that will add to the cost of living in Apex. Additionally, the landscape was not properly designed or installed across the neighborhood, and we've had to spend thousands of dollars removing dead trees and shrubs and replanting new ones where appropriate. And with no irrigation system in place, we have to pay our landscape company to hand water, which is incredibly expensive and inefficient. So the way Apex develops its higher density neighborhoods isn't really practical either. Squishing people into townhomes and then leaving an open space 2 blocks away means parents can't properly monitor young children without leaving their home and going to the park area. And everyone still has to pay to maintain that open space. So it would be far better for Apex to build smaller cottage-style homes with yards. Everyone maintains his or her own property, and we have fewer SCMs, and this reduces the cost to live in these planned unit development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Stitt?
Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, good evening. Happy Memorial Day. So I signed up for quite a few things tonight, partly because when I downloaded the 1,743-page agenda, I did not have enough time to read that. I thought, okay, if I take 1 minute per page, that was going to come up to be 29 hours. So as we work through the meeting, I may give back some of the time that I signed up for, but one of the things that we have had long-term conversations about is you want the community to be engaged. And where I've tried to get people to come to meetings, when things get put out on social media, hey, it's going to be a really long meeting, that does not encourage people to come. When you download 1,743 pages of things that may take a little time to understand, that does not encourage people to come. So to whatever extent you guys can on future meetings, look at ways to try to help the community engage by having less in a meeting. And yes, I brought my coffee tonight. I'm here for the long haul, got my sweater if I need it as a pillow. So thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Ms. Dawn Cozzolino?
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Dawn Cozzolino. I'm at 3632 Bosco Road. I'm here to raise some serious concerns about the rapid pace of rezoning and annexation proposals, especially in rural Wake County. You can see all the green sheets there. Many of those are in our area. We're seeing plans to bring high-density residential development into areas that currently rely on 2-lane rural roads with limited access and no shoulders. Old US 1 is a perfect example. A road that was never built for high volume traffic, but is now expected to absorb over 50,000 vehicle trips per day from the approved developments that in front of me is the Town Council has approved. And then with New Hill Commons, which is on tonight's agenda, and West Village on tonight's agenda, that brings it up 12,000 more. So we're at 60,000 daily vehicle trips on a rural corridor. This is not sustainable. And more importantly, it's not safe. We already see increased speeding, congestion, and risk at intersections and along narrow roadways, but we're not seeing the necessary public documentation to address any of this. Where are the traffic studies? And where do they accumulate all the impact of all these projects you've approved and are yet to approve or are proposed? Why is the public being left to dig through scattered records or guess at what's coming next? And let's not forget the burden this places on families. Many of those developments are being approved without completed school system documentation in these zoning packets. We don't know if local schools will be capped or if families will be forced to drive even further, adding hundreds of additional car trips to an already overwhelmed network of roads. That's not responsible planning. That's setting up our roads and our residents for failure. And yet, Apex continues to improve this high-density growth, and the New Hill and Friendship communities are outside the town limits, are being asked to bear the burden. We're subsidizing this growth with our roads, our traffic, our water, and our safety, but we're getting nothing in return. No infrastructure upgrades, no school guarantees, and no voice in how these decisions are made. So I ask the council, why aren't there comprehensive traffic and school capacity study made available before approvals, before things go to in front of your board or in front of your town council? Why are these developments moving forward without plans to protect road safety and drinking water? And why does the burden fall on our community? And I just want to say, let's make smart, informed, and transparent decisions for our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No other speakers have signed up, so we'll close public forum. And we'll go ahead and start turning our attention to the public hearings. We have public hearing number 1, annual operating budget and capital investment plan, fiscal year 2025-26. And presenting today, Ms. Hoffman.
Good evening. We have been working to build the FY26 budget over the past few months. We have made changes and adjustments along the way based on direction at our committee meetings as well as our budget workshops. So where did we end up for FY25-26? Our total budget is $237.31 million. The largest portion of that is our general fund, coming in at just under $114 million, followed by our electric fund at just over $64 million, our water sewer fund at just over $31 million, our non-major and capital funds at $25 million, and then our stormwater fund at just over $3 million. Our project funds total $20.27 million, and the largest portion of our projects support general fund functions, and the majority, a large portion of that funding for the general fund projects are for the Station 3 renovation. Diving into the general fund, there is a total budget of $113.89 million. This is a 1.52% increase from FY25. It includes capital equipment and improvements totaling $6.29 million, and it includes everything from general vehicle replacements to facility maintenance, such as our police department roof replacement and public safety station 4 HVAC replacement, as well as our annual street and sidewalk improvements. We have our project funds totaling $13.64 million, and that includes the Fire Station 3 renovation, as well as our fire admin building design and Go Apex route improvements in our general projects. We have Salem Street streetscape and our Salem Street bicycle connection, as well as Olive Chapel at Apex Barbecue road improvements and Apex Peakway North widening in our transportation project fund. And we have designs for 3 greenways, as well as design for Wimberly Road Parkland and our initial construction for Kidstown Park in our Parks and Recreation. Debt service to support the general fund totals $14.37 million, and that includes a half penny of the tax rate to support the community investment fund this year. We are adding 25.25 full-time equivalent positions. They support all of our departments across the general fund. There are 8 full-time and a part-time to full-time transition supporting public safety. We have 6 supporting our Parks and Recreation, 1 full-time and 1 part-time supporting development services, 2 supporting our community and neighborhood connections, and we have 7 and a part-time to full-time transition supporting our various internal services. The vehicle tag fee is remaining the same, and our solid waste fees for garbage and recycling are increasing 2.5% per our contract for a total of 35 cents per month. This is balanced with a tax rate of 35.6 cents. Our initial draft budget had a recommendation of 36.5 based on conversations at our council workshop. We lowered that 0.9 cents to minimize that impact on the residents. So diving further into the tax rate, it is an increase of 1.6 cents from our current year tax rate, which is directly tied to the 2021 voter-approved transportation bond. So what do we get for $1 in the general fund? Our largest category is public safety at 40 cents, followed by general government at 19 cents, and then culture and recreation and economic and physical development coming in close at 14 and 13 cents, and then environmental protection and transportation at 8 and 7 cents respectively. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 158.7.1, this is also the public hearing on our economic development budget. This budget totals $979,200. Outside of personnel costs, the largest expenditures are for our economic incentives. And this budget also includes special programs such as Launch Apex and the Apex Farmers Market. Moving into our utility funds, the electric fund is up 5.82% to $64.05 million. It includes capital equipment and improvements totaling $4.83 million and includes specialized equipment for electric as well as $4.3 million in system expansion. System expansion is heavily offset by our developer fees. We also have project funds totaling $2.05 million, and that includes a transformer for Green Level Substation and design for East Williams Substation. Debt service totals $609,000, and we have 2 new personnel, a design engineer and a line technician. The electric rates include a $1.50 base rate increase and a 4% kilowatt hour charge increase. This is an increase overall of $6.67 per month for the average Apex resident. For the water sewer fund, it is increasing 5.62% to $31.06 million. It includes capital equipment and improvements totaling $1.42 million and includes specialized equipment for water sewer as well as water meter installations and water line replacements. Our project funds total $4.58 million and include the UV system replacement, 3 gravity sewer extensions, a water line replacement, our shared Carry Apex capital projects, as well as our water quality conservation program. The debt service totals $3.88 million, and we are adding 4 positions: an assistant operations and maintenance manager, a utilities engineer, a utilities technician, and a utility crew field supervisor. The water sewer rates include a 4% base and volumetric increase for both water and sewer, for an increase of $3.22 per month for the average customer. Our stormwater fund totals $3.17 million, which is a decrease of 6.8% from FY25. When you remove PO carryover, it's actually a 3.7% increase, which aligns with our utility customer growth projections. The projects for this fund, all within operating, total $1.06 million and include system repairs and upgrades, as well as phase 3 of the stormwater condition assessment. There are no project funds or debt service for this fund as a relatively young fund, and the condition assessments will help inform those in the future. We have no new personnel and no rate changes recommended for stormwater. Here we have our annual municipal cost comparison, which gives a picture of what costs are looking like across Wake County. We use this to see where we're lining up, and the property taxes are assumed on Wake County's median home value of $452,000. We used our average customer for water sewer at 5,000 gallon usage, stormwater at 2,000 square feet of impervious surfaces, and electric at 1,150 kilowatt. You'll see some items in gray. These are municipalities who had not released as of when this presentation was submitted. You'll notice a lot of water sewer not confirmed, and that is because all of those municipalities are on that Raleigh water system. So you'll notice that Apex is the lowest annual cost at $4,957 per year.
Say that again louder.
Apex is the lowest. And then just looking specifically at the impact that our rates are having on our average Apex customer, we have the average use for all of our services, and then we did update this chart to include Apex's average home value of $600,000. So overall, the total impact is $18.24 per month, or $218.88 per year. That is all I have. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Any questions? Okay. All right, there being none, we'll move into public hearing. We'll open public hearing. We have 4 signed up. Shane Reese.
Good evening. Shane Reese, 1708 Yateley Lane. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, town manager, staff, and neighbors. First, I want to recognize the many hours of work and careful thought that have gone into this budget process. These discussions aren't easy, but weighing tough decisions while working to find common ground is why Apex continues to be such a strong and engaged community. Let me be clear, this budget is not perfect. It's not the budget many of us hoped for, but it is the budget that's necessary right now. The proposal, as just described, is built on a flat tax rate aside from the 1.6-cent increase approved by 2 out of every 3 voters as part of the 2021 transportation bond. That flat tax rate reflects the economic pressures impacting governments, families, and businesses alike. It still needs the state Senate to weigh in, but even the state House recently passed a budget that delays planned tax cuts until the state's fiscal outlook improves. Here in Apex, we're facing similar financial realities. A nearly 17% increase in insurance costs is just one example of rising expenses for our town, costs that aren't the result of town decisions but are driven by broader market forces. Yet despite these challenges, Apex still maintains, as pointed out a minute ago, the second lowest tax rate in the county while preserving essential services. That balance is the credit to efficiency and leadership of this council and town staff. Since it's home ownership month, we should also clarify an important point for homeowners who have seen higher mortgage payments this year, because they may have misattributed a large part of those increases to local taxes, when it's rising home insurance rates that have been a major driver in causing their payments to go up. That's a distinction worth recognizing and separating from the discussion about local taxes in this year's budget. At the same time, we should acknowledge the concerns of those advocating for additional funding for housing affordability initiatives. I share those concerns. The financial pressures we face today aren't just affecting lower income residents. They're impacting middle income families, seniors, essential workers, and young adults who want to return to the town they grew up in. While this budget prioritizes stability, I strongly believe future budgets must explore responsible ways to expand attainable housing options. Let's also address calls for deeper budget cuts. And I encourage folks to consider what this budget protects. Our top-tier police and fire, public works, electric utilities, water resources, transportation, and infrastructure development, among our other hardworking departments. These folks are the foundation of our town. They're a big reason we keep landing on these top 10 lists. We may not notice them while they're working well, but we certainly would notice if they were compromised. At its core, this budget preserves what makes Apex exceptional while ensuring financial stability in uncertain times. It keeps our town steady today while positioning us for smart, thoughtful investments tomorrow. I appreciate the work that's gone into this process, and I urge council to adopt the budget as proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Phil Welch.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Phil Welch. I live at 1471 Big Leaf Loop in Apex. Apex is recognized as a high opportunity community in terms of town services, schools, parks, downtown, shopping, and so forth. Consider these points. Our vision from the 2021 Affordable Housing Plan is, quote, Apex welcomes people of diverse backgrounds and supports opportunities for affordable, safe, sanitary, and quality housing that meets the needs of people of all incomes, ages, and abilities, unquote. As a high opportunity community, it's understandable that Apex's tax rate might be slightly higher than surrounding towns. Our goal should be to continue to differentiate the town from its peer municipalities rather than reduce the town's unique attraction to the lowest common denominator. Promoting more housing choices for our residents and workers is consistent both with our vision and our high opportunity status. Town employees and other essential workers and their families deserve the opportunity to live and enjoy all that Apex has to offer. The recent series of talks at town council meetings has presented actual stories from Apex residents on their struggles to find and keep homes that here they can afford. In addition, Apex's most recent housing needs assessment, conducted by Community Scale and presented by consultant Jeff Saucer at the March 18 council work session, revealed some sobering statistics. One of the key findings was Apex needs about 13,100 new units to keep up with growth over the next decade and does not have much land left for housing. This demand most likely does not include at least 4,500 Apex residents who were paying 30% or more of their household incomes for housing in 2023. We are calling on you, our Apex leaders, to step up and set aside additional funding to support increased affordable housing choices in the 2025 budget, 2025 to 2026 budget, and ensure that funding is directly and 100% dedicated to preserving existing units and putting more units on the ground that are affordable for households making 80% of the area median income and below. We need more funding in the Affordable Housing Fund to initiate mixed income, mixed use housing developments, such as the town's recent purchase of property on South Hughes Street. If not done already, we recommend moving housing staff expenses from the Affordable Housing Fund to the town's general operating budget and raising the current penny tax for the Affordable Housing Fund back to the penny and a half that was instituted right after the approval of the affordable housing, the 2021 Affordable Housing Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Elizabeth Stitt.
Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, good evening. So I wanted to point out that we have a mathematical problem with these slides in the budget. So back on May 8th, when you had the budget workshop, we had the taxes, the property taxes on houses based on a value of $600,000 because that's the median house value in Apex. So when these slides came up and all of a sudden the taxes are calculated on $452,000, I was like, that's interesting because you really can't buy much of anything here in Apex for $452,000. So if our median value is $570,000 in 2024 based on Wake County's assessment, using the number of the $452,000 skews the actual numbers. So if you look at the property taxes on 452, that was only $1,609. But if you do the property taxes on the $600,000 that was used in just May 8th, 3 weeks ago, was $2,136. The difference is it takes the total value, or excuse me, the total cost up to $5,484. So it doesn't matter what our tax rate is. You still have Morrisville, Raleigh, Cary, and Rolesville as being more affordable than Apex. So I do not think you can adopt this budget tonight because you can't have one set of numbers on May 8th and then all of a sudden cherry pick and use a lower number which doesn't apply to Apex in this hearing. I think in fairness to the public, you have to use the same number all the way through so that the median homeowner here understands the implication. So I encourage you to vote no or to postpone the vote on the budget tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dawn Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Town Council. I look at things differently and have more questions than I see answers to on this particular budget that's being proposed. I look at the process differently and not as what allowed to be spent in a continuing rolling budget, but as what is committed in the future or the actual spend. So we need to talk a little bit about structural risks I see Apex is creating. Starting with the $16.7 million in COVID relief funds. This was one-time money, never meant to sustain permanent programs. Yet we're seeing ongoing positions with full salaries and benefits and hundreds of contracts being funded from it. What happens next year or the year after when they close the spending program up, when the money's gone? The gap left behind will fall, of course, on the taxpayers, and the only levers left are raising property taxes and utility rates. And where exactly did the $16.7 million go? Well, I don't have the answer to that. I'm looking into it with public records, but I do have the answers to some of that spend. Also in the budget, there are 38 contracts signed for just under $1 million, so $38 million. And why are we outsourcing so much when we're also hiring full-time staff? It's another question. But what's more concerning, in addition to that, in the name of economic development in this budget, is the infrastructure and engineering contracts that are outsourced, of course. And they seem to benefit developers more than residents. Developers like Verdia, and that's managed by RXR. They have $6 million in town-funded contracts. Why is Apex paying developers directly for work that benefits their private projects? That's a question I have. And here's the more troubling part, kind of embedded in that, is that Apex hires firms like Hazen and Sawyer who are designing major sewer projects like the Western Big Branch Force Main, which is doing eminent domain work, when they're ignoring lower impact alternatives. They're being hired, and it's being funded through COVID funds. That's the American CARES Act plan when I say COVID funds. So who's accountable for these decisions? And how is this not a conflict of interest? When a developer funded by the town then chooses a firm designing routes that serve their interests. And while this spending happens, New Hill and Friendship communities are paying the price.
Thank you. Okay, there are no other speakers signed up for public hearing. So we'll close public hearing, and that brings it back to council for a discussion and any possible motions. Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to start by saying I'm extremely proud of this budget. I'm proud of the work that staff did to put this together. I'm proud of the work that we did on this budget over the past month or two. The adjustments that we made, I think, you know, we've listened to feedback. We've had numerous. You and I are on the, you know, the budget committee and numerous meetings about the budget. Tons of iteration. We've gotten to a point where we have a budget that has a flat tax rate, with the exception of the tax increase associated with the bond, that still managed to fund so many key priorities around town. So many capital projects. We're funding personnel where it's needed. We're funding a new debt service fund, and we're doing it while maintaining the lowest total burden on our residents in the county. So I'm really proud of this budget, and I hope we approve it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I'll second those comments. You know, in the last couple of years that I've been on council, this has been by far the best process that we've been through, where the town manager, in fact, puts a proposed budget in front of us rather than that budget basically being a roll-up of you know, our wishes and you know, the wishes of staff. So I think the process was better this year. I'm also very proud that we can keep the budget or the tax rate flat again, with the exception of the 1.6 cent bond-related increase, while addressing, as Councilmember Maffey said, some of the critical projects, infrastructure projects like the Olive Chapel Barbecue Road intersection. That's been a sore spot for many residents for a very long time. So I am proud to support this budget here tonight.
Thank you. I definitely want to make some comments on this because I'll say thank you to Manager Vosberg and the rest of staff for putting this together. It is not a small feat that, we talk about a flat tax, but let's talk about what that really means. We're providing more services, and the only increase that we're seeing in terms of our rate is based upon a vote that the citizens put forth back in 2021. We're still able to provide top quality police service. We're still able to provide top quality fire protection. We're still able to provide top quality parks, recreation, and events. And that is by no small feat due to a lot of really tough decisions that were made by staff. And I think it's appropriate that we recognize a lot of those very tough decisions because this budget process was brought to us in a way that said, we want to be able to continue doing what we want to do, but we're also recognizing that that means that we're going to have to do things better, smarter, and more efficiently. And when we look at the fact that we are improving our services, but not increasing our cost, I think that is what you see reflected in this budget, but most importantly, what you see reflected within the people who give their all every day to the residents and people who come through Apex. That's the staff. It's a great deal of pride to be able to say that, we're doing a lot of things that people say we shouldn't be doing with the amount of money that we're using. I think it's also important to recognize that, is it everything that we want? It isn't. Would I'd love to see more money put into our affordable housing plan? Yeah. Would I'd love to see more money put into Parks and Rec so that we don't have as many people on wait lists to engage in our recreation programs and our intramural programs? I'd love to see that. Would I'd love to see more money put into doing things such as maybe acquiring some roads from the Department of Transportation so that we can better manage those things? I'd love to see that. But we're trying to do what we can in a very volatile and very, very hard to predict economic forecast. We've lost funding sources from federal sources, and we know that that means we're losing sources of revenue from the state. But in spite of that, you've put together a budget that's going to allow us to continue to provide the top quality services for those who live here, work here, and play here. That's a big accomplishment. I appreciate the hard work of staff. I appreciate the hard work of my colleagues. This was not an easy lift, and from the very beginning, this was something that all of you recognized was going to be tough. And all of you spent hours talking to staff members and having formal feedback from residents and informal feedback from residents. I recall a time when I saw Councilmember Zegerman having a very, I'll say, vigorous discussion with some residents about, some of these costs and where things were coming from. But in the end, you took those comments, brought them in, and we were able to make this budget as good as we can get it. Perfection, absolutely not. But on balance, it does get us in the position of being able to provide the services that we need in a manner that we can do so at the most efficient and economically feasible way of doing it. And that's a big, big deal. So thank you, Manager Vosberg. Thank you, Lori, over in Town Attorney, because I know that there were many, many conversations that we've had. Thank you to our Town Clerk also for helping us with a lot of the records requests and things that are taking place. But thank you to Budget and Finance. Not easy to do this. Especially as we had the opportunity to have our finance director go off and leave us for another community. So you were able to run and put your pants on at the same time, and absolutely impressed by that. But this is a great effort. You guys, you know, I guess I could say this on behalf of the mayor. Go ahead and take the next couple of hours off. No, not right now.
Starting at 11.
Yeah, starting at around midnight-ish. Any other comments or discussion?
Yeah. So this makes year 8, right, of doing this. That means I got a lot of binders at home with a lot of the budget information over the years. And, you know, it is always not easy to see what all has to be cut out of the budget every year to make this work. And I don't think people appreciate and understand how much of that has to happen in order to create balance. So there's a lot of staff members that we need that we are not going to be able to have this year, right? There's a lot of projects that we want to be able to get done that we can't get done. And that's just the nature of the beast, right? It is what it is. We don't have enough funding to do everything that we want to do. Would I love to see more funds for affordable housing in this? Yes, I absolutely would. But I also recognize we can't all get what we want. It's a balance. It's a compromise. So, you know, I'm going to support the budget as it is. I appreciate the time and the effort that's gone into this, and that I know the sweat and the tears that are in the background here. We see it, and I definitely appreciate it.
Well, I guess I'll speak up. I wasn't going to, but I guess I'd echo a lot of the thanks. The way I see these budgets and throughout the course of our town's history is, I think there's been many times when there's been kind of deferred maintenance, deference on projects, and unfortunately I think there's a little bit of that happening in this budget. Maybe it's appropriate with the times we live in. Things related to the downtown investments. I think downtown is the best place to invest in Apex for a dollar per benefit, and we're doing that with the streetscape, which I think will be a transformational project, and I hope the next council continues to fund that with the alleyways, which will be the project probably after this one. So I'm really excited about those things. There's some deal breakers that I was gonna maybe vote against the budget if it wasn't in there, but those are included. So I'm happy.
Well, with that said, I'll entertain any possible motions with regard to the budget.
I'll make a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual operating budget, including the monetary appropriations for economic development.
Okay, motion by Killingsworth,
I'll second.
second by Zegerman. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None being opposed, it's unanimous. Good job, y'all. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess. I think this is a logical break, and I promised my bladder that I would be kind. So we'll come back on at 7:10, okay, and we'll just recess from here. All right, we'll go back in session. And we'll continue on to public hearing number 2. Annexation number 794, Grace Christian School of Viridia Parkway.
All right, good evening. To orient you to the site, is located on Viridia Parkway. It is 63.5 acres. They are annexing on the entirety of the property. They do have a site plan that is in construction drawing review on the east side of Viridia Parkway, and they do need the annexation in order to get their construction drawings approved. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Ms. Ken. Any questions?
I do have a question. Where's the sewer going to come from, or where's it going to go, rather?
They have a pump station that is under review, and I don't know if anyone else here knows where it is because that's not my area of expertise.
So it will be a pump station on their property?
I'm not sure where it is exactly. I know it's part of the construction drawing package. We actually spoke with one of the representatives today, and that's expected to go through the review and be approved sometime around September of this year.
Because as far as I understand it, this property drains southwards, like into the Big Branch Basin. So they would basically need to pump their sewage up and cross over to the Middle Creek plant. So it would be an interbasin transfer. I'm worried about the capacity of the interbasin transfer, how much room we have there.
My understanding that was not an issue. The pump station's under review currently, but I had not heard any issues with the interbasin transfer permit.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ken. Is the applicant here?
I think Mr. Roach, as an engineer, may be able to answer those questions. But
He's shaking his head back there.
Yeah.
Like I saw you.
Okay,
I just wanna make sure.
I was told
Do you
there
know-
was a site plan.
Do you know what's going on?
I
With the pump station?
I do not, but
Okay.
I am
Then I will
representing the applicant.
I will help counsel here. Jeff Roach with Peak Engineering and Design. I was shaking my head crazy over there because there is no pump station on the east side of Tingen Road. Peak Engineering is working with Grace Christian to run a gravity sewer service that will serve, it was going to serve the east side of Tingen Corners. It was going to serve this area as well and come south down Big Branch all the way down and will eventually tie into the gravity sewer that's currently being installed by Lennar as part of the Big Branch 1 gravity sewer outfall. So there is no pump station associated with the Grace
So it is
Christian.
gravity sewer going down into the southern.
That's right.
part.
We're designing the gravity sewer going all the way down from the east side of Tingen Road. I just wanted to clarify that for you.
I
'cause we're
appreciate it
working on
because the backdrop was there were other property owners that were going to be part of that build that we now know are no longer interested in developing their property. So I was just wondering what the future of that's.
And there still is a conglomeration of a couple property owners in that area
Okay.
that are looking to do that gravity sewer outfall
All right.
as a group.
Appreciate
So
it. Thank you so much.
I just want to give you,
thanks.
I figured I knew, so
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I had a question to staff about traffic with this particular project. When we first heard of the project, the assumption was that they would be benefiting from traffic improvements done by a project to the north. And my understanding today is that project to the north, the Seymour PUD, has been delayed or may not come online for several years or certainly won't be done before this project. So I'm concerned now about the impact of public facilities of this project without, for example, the light at Tingen and Peakway. So what ability do we have as a town to require or see traffic improvements associated with this project, and does that change at all without the project to the north being done?
We did receive a traffic impact analysis and worked with NCDOT as well. They reviewed the traffic study. One of our main concerns was their primary site access. So they have since recommended and shown a roundabout for that to eliminate the left turn conflicts. That was the main issue. Please do keep in mind, per state law, it's the responsibility of NCDOT to fund off-site improvements on the state roads. So we can't require off-site improvements. I think they would have benefited from some of the off-site improvements at the Peakway at Tension Road. However, there's also additional traffic that would have happened with the Tension Corners development, which now they're not moving forward. So it's just something to keep in mind. That intersection will need to be improved at some point in the future. It's just currently we don't have a site plan with Tension Corners pulling out, planning to improve it.
So let's be clear here. So the TAA that was done for Grace Christian, did that presume the improvements that were associated with the, you call them Tension Corners or Seymour PUD to the north?
We'd have to go back and review to see exactly what the assumptions were from that TAA. They came in around the same time, so it may have assumed some improvements from that, but it also assumed the traffic from that as well.
So if we can prove that our light is warranted with just the traffic from Grace Christian, would NCDOT be obligated to provide that, or would we be obligated to provide that?
No, no one would be obligated to provide that. It would be up to the state to determine whether or not they would want to fund the traffic signal.
Subject to their funding. Correct.
Yeah, it's subject to the state recommending a traffic signal if it is in fact warranted, and it would not necessarily be warranted by the school. It's school traffic is typically a very short peak, and traffic signals usually require more traffic throughout the day to actually meet warrants. So it's unlikely the school just by itself would warrant traffic. Now, once the Peakway is connected, it's going to generate more traffic through there as well. So the combination of the Peakway being connected, the school being developed, with increases in traffic just from background traffic, it may be warranted within the next 4 years or so, but not necessarily immediately if the school goes in the next couple of years.
Thank you.
Will this be the, sorry, one more question, follow up. Will this be the only intersection on the Peakway that is not signaled?
No, there are actually other intersections that are not signalized along the Peakway.
Which one?
Yeah, so there's actually a lot of intersection along the Peakway Loop. Are you talking about like a major intersection, like
major
thoroughfare?
So Tension and Peakway, right? Like where you have basically, So I understand like neighborhoods in ins and outs on signal, but in terms of two thoroughfares connecting, this I can't think of another intersection that is not signaled.
Yeah, like Diane mentioned, like Ambergate Station, it's not a thoroughfare, but it is a fairly major intersection that hasn't quite met signal warrants yet, and it's an intersection where there's a school just south of there, and we have school traffic where police do control carpool during those times. So that's somewhat similar.
It's not a through traffic, both way type situation. So
right, yeah, and at this time we don't believe that it warrants a traffic signal. So again, with the school, if it's just the school moving forward before the Peakway's connected, it may not warrant at that time. Once the Peakway's connected and the school's in place with additional background traffic or additional development, it may warrant at that time. But we can take another look at it. I mean, a traffic impact analysis is a snapshot in time for a specific development to determine what that development's responsible for. So the question is, if the school move forward, would it have been enough by itself to warrant improvements to that intersection or signalization? I don't think it would have.
But now that we know that the Peakway Bridge is going to come online in about a year and a half, right? That changes the dynamic of that intersection significantly, right? And Seymour PUD was to improve that intersection prior to that time. Mm-hmm. Now that is no longer the case, right? I think we're having a challenge there. So right. I'd like to get some clarity, not tonight maybe, but a follow-up for staff to see what our options are and what our obligations are, or what DOT's obligations are in this.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks.
I have one more question for you, or just staff in general. Are you concerned at all about the lack of traffic improvements associated with this project, given that NCDOT has to fund them? We can't require it, and a nearby large project that was going to provide a significant amount of infrastructure is no longer going to be there. Does that concern you? There's a lot of growth in this area, and obviously traffic in Apex concerns me every day because that's what we do. We're looking at long-term projections. Again, I will say that as far as the school's concerned, looking at a traffic impact study for the school, I don't see they would necessarily be responsible, but within, say, the Peakway opens in late 27, per our current projection for construction,
So around late 27, early 28, you're going to see a large increase in traffic there, especially if the school is online around that time. We have other developments in the area that are moving forward. You're going to meet a traffic signal warrant fairly soon. So what we can do, in the absence of another development commitment or in partnership with another development commitment, we can look at a CIP request this fall for next fiscal year to consider.
Any other questions? Okay, and I don't believe the applicant is here, right?
Thanks.
Thank you.
The applicant's here.
The applicant's here, okay. Would the applicant like to speak? And she says no, okay. Great, all right, we'll open it up for public hearing. We have one signed up, Don Cozzolino.
Did you provide the handout? Can you provide them to everyone before we start? Thank you. Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening. Wow, you guys all work very fast. There was a neighborhood meeting on May 13, 2025, just one day after the planning board meeting on May 12th. And now here we are, May 27th, already considering an annexation application. That's just 14 days, including a holiday weekend. So I have to ask, was there all the due diligence really done? Because from the outside, this feels like it was rushed to the finish line. And not by coincidence, the rezoning item tied to this annexation is also on tonight's agenda. So that's the rezoning that we're going to be talking about soon. But I always like to talk about traffic, so I'm going to do that because I do have the traffic impact analysis. But first, you're going to look at the cover sheet, and we're going to talk about Viridia in a second. But Grace Christian is going to add 2,558 new daily trips, vehicle trips. But as usual with Apex, there's no transparency. The public has to dig through documents or make special requests just to find critical information. But what's more alarming is this project's location is right next to the Viridia development, which is privately owned and managed by RXR Realty. No one from the town seems eager to talk about what that means for cumulative traffic, but I looked into it. And I had help from Jessica. She provided me the signed and sealed DOT Phase 1 for Viridia that was done on June 8th, 2023. It showed 30,360 new vehicle trips a day. But that's not really matter. That's what I have on your front sheet. What really matters is that the full build out, and this is according to the full traffic impact analysis review report from DOT in their congestion management section, signed and sealed on October 29, 2021, that estimated 240,000 new daily vehicle trips at full build-out of Viridia. That's nearly 250,000 new vehicle trips tied to a single privately owned development, one that's being directly supported and enabled by town infrastructure decisions. Now, here's the part that's being completely ignored too. Not only those numbers, but the level of service on key roads in this area is projected to drop to F at full build out. That means gridlock, it means failure, it means Apex is knowingly approving developments that result in the worst traffic conditions measurable by engineering standards. So tonight's annexation and rezoning votes aren't isolated. They're part of a much bigger pattern of rapid approvals.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cozzolino. No other persons are signed up, so we'll close public hearing, and that takes it back to council for further discussion or possible Motion?
I think we should clarify that this is not Viridia, nor is this a rezoning, for what it's worth. It's an annexation, just to be clear. For everybody.
The zoning is there by right, so no zoning.
By right.
No
They already have
rezoning
it.
is
Yep.
necessary for this.
Yeah, they're already entitled to build the school. They have the zoning necessary to do it. This is a question of annexation, whether we give them town services or not. They're applying to get town services from us.
Yeah. Motion approved?
Motion to approve Gant.
I'll second.
Second Sigerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, 3-2. Motion passes. Okay, move on to public hearing number 3. Transportation amendment for Viridia Parkway, Grace Christian School.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Tonight I'll be presenting a set of Apex Transportation Plan amendments along Viridia Parkway associated with Grace Christian School. And to orient you to where we're looking tonight, so along Viridia Parkway, north of US 1, and the proposed Grace Christian School is located right here, just on the east side of Viridia Parkway. And the first proposed amendment is to add a future roundabout on Viridia Parkway at the entrance to the proposed school and also across from the proposed thoroughfare to the west. And then the second, at this roundabout is where pedestrian crossings of Viridia Parkway would occur. So the second proposed amendment is to shift the side path, which is shown with this purple dash line, from the west side to the east side of Viridia Parkway, fronting the school. So pedestrians would cross Viridia Parkway at the roundabout where crosswalks are proposed, and then they could, school kids or anyone could walk along the side path along the east side of Viridia Parkway, and it would connect to the proposed Big Branch Greenway. And then finally, the third proposed amendment is to remove the proposed grade-separated bike ped crossing of Viridia Parkway, as the pedestrian crossings would occur at the proposed roundabout. And the development plans now only include school buildings and parking facilities on the east side of Viridia Parkway, so there is not a UDO requirement to provide that grade-separated crossing. The crossings would occur at that roundabout. And then here's a snip of the latest draft plans for Grace Christian, and it shows the roundabout up here with side path on both sides at the roundabout, and then side path extending along the east side of Viridia Parkway, fronting the school, and then connecting to that greenway. And transportation and infrastructure development staff, as well as Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources staff, recommend approval, and the planning department does as well. And at their May 12th meeting, the planning board unanimously recommended approval of this item. I can try to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, who pays for the roundabout?
Excuse me?
Who pays for the roundabout?
My understanding is the school would construct it and pay for it. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay. What's the future plans on the west side of Viridia Parkway? Because the school owns that property too. We just annexed it in.
As far as bicycle and pedestrian plans?
About any plans?
On the west side?
On the west side.
So since side path would be removed, it would be sidewalk on the west side if that site were to develop.
I'm more so let me rephrase that. I'm concerned about removing the grade separated crossing.
Okay.
I feel like we're setting ourselves up for a friendship campus situation where we have, you know, a large road in front of a school that needs to be crossed. This will eventually be a 3 or 4 lane thoroughfare road, right? And I think that at grade crossing, at some point, assuming that the school will do something with that property on the west side, right? You know, school kids will need to cross that road, even though there's no parking plans today. But kind of looking out ahead, right? Removing that grade separated crossing, I think is going to be, again, setting ourselves up for future trouble on this site.
I hear
That
what
was
you're-
more of a discussion than a question, so
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, but if you happen to have any plans on
Can you
what's going to happen on the west side, I would appreciate that.
Would it be helpful if I point you, so initially, the grade separated bike ped crossing was added thinking that there would be parking on the west side. And the UDO requires, and I'll just read what I have, that off-site parking spaces may not be separated from the use served by a street right-of-way with a width of more than 80 feet unless that grade separated pedestrian walkway is provided or other traffic control or remote parking shuttle bus service is provided. So now that everything's on the east side, there's not that UDO requirement for them to provide that connection.
So is it fair to say then, if the school were to build other facilities across the road, be that sports fields, be that other buildings, at that point, the UDO would automatically require grade separated crossing?
No. The roundabouts.
My understanding is crossing is what happened here. Yeah.
So that's, no, because what was just said is that per the UDO requirement, if this parking would have been on the other side of the street, the grade separated crossing would have been required. So is it just parking? So, or if there's a ball field, like, so are we not okay with kids crossing the road if there's parking, if they're walking to their car, but we are okay with them crossing the road if they walk to a sports field, right? So I'm just kind of figuring out where the line is here.
I don't have the full section in front of me, but the section that was referenced is the off-site parking spaces. If that's separated by the right-of-way of a width of 80 feet, of more than 80 feet. That's what prompts that grade separated or traffic control.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
What would the impact be if we left in the grade separated crossing?
I think go ahead.
I was gonna say, would you be able to approve a site plan that was inconsistent with that grade separated crossing, where there's a certain right-of-way dedication that'd be required for the landing of it? Certainly, these cases are weird because we have this state law about what schools can or can't pay for, or what we can't require them to. But would there be a need to reserve it in the future? Should we? The reason I bring this up, it does come back to Friendship. I feel really burned by the way Friendship Camp is laid out. We have 3 schools. A kid gets hit a year there at least, and we've talked about doing grade separated crossing there. But I'm told it's really, really hard because the utilities are in the way, the space isn't there, so on and so forth. It's difficult to design ahead of time, maybe, but at this point, it would be difficult to do something like that. So looking at this situation, I kind of agree with Councilmember Zigerman that, if we could at least reserve the right of way for it, so if it's necessary in the future, is that a smart thing to do? Is that something we have the option of doing? Or because of the way transportation improvements are funded, is this document essentially non-regulatory anyway for school use in the state of North Carolina? That makes sense.
I'm not sure that we could require it. It sounds as though we couldn't require it if they just built fields on this side.
I guess what I'm saying is, specifically, as it stands today, if we don't approve the removal of the grade separated crossing and you get a site plan that doesn't have one in there, would staff still have to approve that plan? Or could you say, no, the transportation plan says this, but your plan doesn't call for that? Does that make sense?
If it's something not associated with the school, you're saying like if they were to sell off and redevelop this as something else?
No, I'm saying, I understand that today it's not required.
Okay.
So I guess it's more about if a site plan is that's inconsistent with there eventually being a grade separated crossing, meaning a right-of-way reservation of some set in the area where it's set to be, would you be required to include that in the site plan or not? Or is it just nothing because it's a school use?
Right now, it's just tied to parking. If they don't put parking over there, there's no requirement to provide it. And if it's on the transportation plan, we would ask for it, and then they would say, okay, you pay for it at the time they come in with the west side. I mean, that's essentially what's happened with other schools. They're not required to pay for the transportation improvement.
Yeah, I guess I'm less concerned about being built today and more concerned about the right of way being available for it to be built eventually, and there not being like a building there or a parking lot such that the parking is needed or the utilities are in the way or whatever. you know.
You're just trying to get extra right of way.
Sort of. I'm trying to avoid another friendship situation where we're being told it's extremely difficult to build it because of how it was constructed. Is what I'm trying to do. Is what I'm asking the hypothetical about.
But the roundabout's different, right, than Friendship. A roundabout here makes it safer. And there's a roundabout Friendship, which I wish there was. I mean, I think people can safely cross that road there at a roundabout when cars are slowing down to enter the roundabout.
So I will say to that point, it's maybe safer when it's a 2-lane road. But if it's expanded to a 3 or 4-lane road, eventually, not so much.
I think it's 3 in our plans, right? Yeah, because we had that thing with the last time.
Yeah. And also I'll point out to my colleague that like people might just not use it. Like if the place they're parking, and we don't know what's going to be on the west side, but like if the straight line between where they want to go is straight across the road and the roundabout is 200 yards to the north, no one's walking 200 yards to the north. They're going to walk straight across to go to the ball field or go to the building or whatever. That's just the way it works, unless you put up a big fence there or something. Like people are going to take the straightest path.
Yeah.
So unless there's another crossing to the south more, and there's nearer to US 1.
There is the Greenway, but that's going to end at the road.
It's not going to cross, so.
So would we be able to essentially reserve the right of way? Is that an option?
I mean, clearly it's no longer in their site plan because they made it all parking, right? So if we don't reserve it now, then we're going to end up in that situation. It's like, yeah, well, we should have really thought of this when we built the thing and we didn't. And
that's what I'm saying. You need to look at it. I don't know exactly how much space we would need for the right of way for the landing of a thing, but it could be a lot. There could be a ramp there to ADA compliance and everything.
It needs to be ADA compliant, 5% grades at the most.
My eyes are failing me. I don't know exactly what's over there, but if it eats in the parking, then they have parking requirements. It's
right.
I think it's likely if it's going to be in the future, it's going to be at the southern end, right? Because it only makes sense when it's far away from the roundabout. So there is some space there. I don't know how much at the bottom. That's a logical place, though, I think.
That would be a logical place, yes.
Not where the parking is.
Any other questions or comment? Okay, there being none, thank you. And let's see. We have a public hearing on that. Okay, we'll open it up for public hearing. We have 3 signed up. First, Miss Elizabeth Ray Stitt.
Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, good evening. So I think the concern about this particular development is more than just Apex Friendship Schools. I think it sounds a lot like what we have in Sweetwater, where both sides of the road is going to be built out and there's going to be people going back and forth. And we already know that the speed limit on that road had to be dropped down from 45 to 35 just to add safety. So while I understand, there's maybe some restrictions of what you can ask or not ask, I ask you, does this meet Vision Zero? The state of North Carolina adopted Vision Zero, Apex adopted Vision Zero. I think the concerns you have raised tonight clearly would fall under Vision Zero. I would also question about safe routes to school. That particular program where you have to make sure they are safe routes to school. So while there may be gaps in the UDO, perhaps some of these other programs is what you need in order to provide safety for these kids that are going to jaywalk. And adults like myself, I may not walk the 200 feet in my heels to go to the crossing. And I don't know about you, but crossing near a traffic circle to me is worse than a 4-way intersection, because if there's something in the middle of the traffic circle, you don't always see which cars are trying to dart in and come around. So while I don't have any issues that there's a school here, this is not safe because you know the other side's going to get developed with something, even if it's not a ball field. If it ends up being homes or businesses, there's going to be people cutting across. So to the extent that you guys can require safer access, I would encourage that. The one thing I do want to put at least on public record is Grace Christian is a private school. So you're asking the Apex community to potentially be subsidizing improvements for a private school versus a public school. And I don't know if that is a good use of taxpayer dollars for us to have to subsidize it. You know, I did hear that it could have a CIP request, and that's where, you know, you're asking the taxpayer to subsidize something for a private school. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lawrence Kevin.
Good evening, Lawrence Kevin, 1628 Salem Village Drive. So many points that you guys talked about, I'm going to cover. But kudos because you talked about this issue more than the planning board. Okay, so again, I'm kind of for leaving the grade separated crossing at this stage. I attended the Tingen crossing presentation last week. That was to address crossing the railroad tracks, which probably has 30 trains maybe per day, and we're going to put a pedestrian crossway across that. We're talking about an area that's probably going to have 20,000 cars, 20,000 trips, maybe more, across this roadway. So right there, I mean, just priority. And again, I think Elizabeth brought some points about the Vision Zero and the safe trip to school. Also, I think it's going to be a main way to get the Greenway from Viridia, and we want to encourage people to take their bikes, whatever, from Viridia area into our downtown area. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to become a gridlock. So again, I've looked at the traffic study for Grace Christian. It's kind of broken out. It's focusing on Grace Christian. You know, the Tingen Corners was recently was pulled back. So again, we're going to have some improvements that are not going to go through as far as the Tingen and Peakway intersection. I think there's probably a couple $100,000 cost for that. You got to figure out where that's going to happen. I'm also concerned about Padstone, which is again a thoroughfare for the Salem Village community to cross it. So again, there's some areas in this area that need some pedestrian safety. There also is the 2-lane bridge over Highway 1. That's kind of fixed. It doesn't have any shoulders or merge areas, and that abuts the property. So that's another problematic area that's going to require some. It's a design problem. It's a traffic problem. The traffic studies mention that even around the Grace Christian, they're estimating it to be a D on average. I think an E is, or you do have to put in a traffic signal. And so if it's a D in average, I mean, there's going to be some days where it's above average and it's going to be an E, you know, so there's going to be quite a bit of traffic that's going to be coming from, and this is going to be our major thoroughfare to get to downtown, to get to, you know, I mean, I take it to go the back way to Holly Springs and Fuquay. That's kind of my preferred way to go. So please look at this very carefully. And again, it's a big design problem. I know the traffic guys are, I said probably short staff for what they are. I mean, but it's a big problem. And again, at one point they did have plans for sports fields on the left-hand side. And again, I'm assuming it's going to be built out. You know, the annexation is for 60 acres. I think there's 30 acres on either side. So you have to think of it as a whole. But please, I mean, the roundabout it works. It's a solution, but I think you need to think about a tunnel at least to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening. I'm encouraged to hear about the town council talking about the concerns of traffic and how it's funded. I think that's really refreshing. I also want to agree with Elizabeth and Lawrence about their traffic safety points, and especially about how the project is a private development That's kind of key with taxpayers and budget and so forth. But let's just focus on, so the school, okay, and this map here. So when you think of school, it's not like a fixed site. It's not like people go in and it's closed up. There is activity always going around. And when those cars come to pick up students, they're out the door. You can't even get around them. I mean, you can't even go anywhere. So it's really critical, especially around a school type environment, that the traffic is laid out with strategic thought. So when I looked at this in the packet, I wasn't sure how I could even assess it, really, because there's no before and after views in the maps. There's just one map. It doesn't talk about what the speed limits currently are, what the traffic volumes are, the type of traffic lanes that are already in place, what the DOT data is on volumes in this area. So that was nowhere to be found. And it felt like the presentation is really oversimplicating and lacking content and obscuring, which is something that's a very complex problem. And it sounds to me, when I just hear all the feedback and so forth, you really need to go back to the drawing board on this one. It doesn't seem ready for prime time. And the reason I actually want to bring that to your attention, I only have a minute, is because I do study the traffic. I do look at the AADT monitoring stations. You wouldn't believe how much existing volume is there. It's crazy. I mean, the numbers are crazy on 55, 540, all that stuff, without adding any developments. So I took a look at all the stations, 2023 data, 2024. AADT is annual average daily traffic. So that's like your new trips if we were to talk about a rezoning. What that means is I kind of did a circle, and I took the whole side, like Depot 499, South Salem Street, Christian Chapel, and then Christian School, and then Viridia down here. So kind of this east section. And I looked at the numbers. So 2023, there was 289,101 daily trips. 2024, interesting, 318,847, 10% increase. So are we actually looking at the growth that these projects are creating? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no one else on the sign-up sheet. We'll close public hearing and bring it back to council for further deliberation and any possible motions.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm gonna ask we split the vote into 3 parts to vote on each of the proposed changes independently.
Can we do that? Yeah, okay. All right, so there's a motion to...
So I'll make a first motion to approve the future roundabout.
I'll second.
Okay. This is the motion with regard to the future roundabout. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so that is a 5-0 as to that portion of the motion. All right.
Then the second motion I'd like to make is to approve the proposed relocation of the 10-foot side path to the east side of Viridia Parkway.
I'll second that too.
There's been a motion to approve the movement of the side path. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, 5-0 as to that vote as well.
And then the third motion I'd like to make is to deny the proposed removal of the grade separated crossing.
Second.
Okay, and the third motion is to deny the removal of the grade separation. That's been moved and seconded. All in favor of that motion?
I just want to clarify my thought on it, and I do agree with the motion. I'm not ready to give up on the grade separated crossing here. I would be willing, though, to, through the site plan process, first, I understand that we can't require it to be built, but this is about the future, and even the future will potentially pay for it. What I'm looking for is the right-of-way reserved and designed around a potential future crossing here. And I'm even open to changing the location, a future amendment to move it somewhere else, up or down, the road as the, you know, we mentioned, we don't want it too close to the roundabout. So that's my thought. I'm not ready to remove it today, but I'd be open to an amendment in the future. If through the site plan process we find a better spot for it, maybe aligned with the other road or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we've got every school where we have all of the, you know, the transportation system is not adequate around it. We have, you know, potential children getting hurt, and we're trying to avoid that as much as possible. So.
And I would point out, just I'm looking at the, you know, we got a copy of the photo that was in here earlier, and I can get a little better view of it. There's a lot of room there. This shouldn't be hard. Like there's a 150-foot setback for the building with like 75 feet from between the greenway or the side path and the you know, the stuff. So I think it's eminently doable and shouldn't represent too much of a burden.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, and this is...
Well, I think we should count for millions to build that thing. That'll be on the town's dime if it ends up getting built, for what it's worth.
I think it'd be cheaper than if we find that it's needed and that we don't have the space for it.
I think we make the space if we needed space, but it's going to be on. It's going to be. It's not going to score high enough because there's not going to be enough kids that are going to cross there. And it was mentioned if they do like homes or whatever on the other side, that would require rezoning. So that's a different story entirely than the school use.
Sure. I'll point out to my colleague that we as a group collectively every year grade when we do our CAP process, the Friendship grade separated crossing is one of the highest projects, and it's still not done. And part of the reason it's not done is we don't have space for it. We don't know where to put it. There's impact the facilities already built. I think if we had the right-of-way reserved for that, we could just write a check. It would be cheaper to build that, and it may have happened by now at Friendship.
There's no roundabout though around there. Any of the schools mentioned, there's no roundabout. There's no roundabout at Richardson Road either, as was already mentioned. So roundabouts, they work. I think
they work, and you know, like I'm in favor of a roundabout any day, right? And I think that's a good addition to avoid the left-hand turn. You know, that will, you know, clog up the traffic and keep traffic moving.
And pedestrians.
Much more. You know, it slows down traffic, right? It's a much safer crossing for pedestrians and bicycles. That's in that way. I just don't think it's going to be sufficient for this site in the future, right? Irrespective of what goes in on the west side of the parkway there. Whether that's, you know, an extension of the school, right? I can see more ball fields or you know, sports fields on that side of the property. The school may decide to sell off that property, and you know, it can turn into residential development, right? In which case you're still going to have kids from that neighborhood crossing over to go to the school there. I just don't think that the roundabout in and of itself is going to be sufficient, right? I want to leave the option open to have a future grade separated crossing. So I do not want to strike it off of the transportation plan at this stage, right? Hence my motion to deny the third request there.
Okay, any other discussion? All right. With that said, this is the motion to deny the change. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, 4-1. The motion to deny passes. Okay, and that moves us over to public hearing number 4. Rezoning case number 24CZ 11, Altera Heights PUD. Okay, Mr. Venom.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Tonight I'll be presenting to you a rezoning petition. The applicant Wood Partners is seeking to rezone 3 parcels that combine to about approximately 13.55 acres located in the northwest section of town with a frontage along Wimberly and Jenks Road. They're requesting to rezone from rural residential to a planned unit development conditional zoning in order to construct multifamily apartments and condominiums. In this aerial image, you'll see that the site is adjacent to the Cary Apex water treatment facility to the northwest. It sits across from the preserve at White Oak Creek, Alderwood, and the park at Wimberly subdivisions to the east, and the towns at Westford and Ardent at Summit Pines to the south along Jenks Road. Here is a map showing the current zoning districts here. As you can see, that it's currently rural residential and is currently surrounded by some Wake County residential 80 watershed zoning. We have another planned developments across the street and both sides of Wimberly and Jenks there as well. Should this rezoning be approved by you today, this would obviously change the zoning on the zoning map to the PUD conditional unit, plan unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates this site as office employment / commercial services. This designation does not support the residential uses that are proposed as part of the Altair Heights PUD. So that's just something to be aware of. Should this be approved and amended, this would amend the map as part of the requirements in North Carolina State Statutes 160D 605A. Here's just an expanded view of the future land use map here. As you can see, I'll point out with my mouse here, so it's easy to point out where the site is for the proposed rezoning here. As you can see, again, this is the office employment commercial services, is that red and blue mixed use dash line here. And I just wanted to point out, I think there might have been some additional conversation with the planning board, and maybe you've had additional conversations yourself about potential locations nearby where high density residential might be more appropriate as well. So I just wanted to point this out to you here, show you that the areas with the orange, red, blue are those areas that include the high density residential as part of it. Outside of that, should you approve, this is what the amended future land use map will look like. This will change from the office employment commercial services to the high density residential as shown here. Existing conditions for the site. The current site is a mix of wooded area with a couple of single family homes. As you can see, they're kind of outlined here if you on the screen to the north and the south of the site itself. And it's a mix of wooded areas as well. On the map here, the proposed site plan, we can see the general layout of the proposed site along with potential utility connections. There are two potential water connections along Wimberly Road. They are these blue stars / asterisk here. One near White Oak Pond Road, and a little bit further halfway down between Jenks Road intersection and the White Oak intersection. There's another potential connection there for water. There is a potential sewer connection to the property to the southwest. Most likely this water is coming up from Jenks Road. Let's see. The site also proposes 2 access points off of Wimberly Road. Both will be full movement. There is also an additional 10-foot side path that runs along the length of the property on Wimberly Road, and what is available along Jenks Road here. That is highlighted in this purple dashed line for you. You can see it runs the length of the property, comes down to Jenks Road, and then it terminates here because that is the end of the frontage that this property has along Jenks Road there. The hatch shape to the northeast here represents the side of the area that the applicant has agreed to limit the height of the building and structure to 3 stories instead of the proposed 4. The idea with this was to kind of provide a little bit of relief for the already established single-family development to the northeast there by just reducing the height of the overall buildings, making it a little less dramatic and less intense right up there along the side of them. The site will adhere to the RCA requirements as prescribed by the UDO and will provide street and perimeter buffers and stormwater management and greenways as well. A couple areas where the applicant is seeking minor relief from the UDO standards, such as in some of the proposed buffers, due to an existing Duke easement along Wimberly Road. They're requesting a reduction in their buffer along there. It's about a 10-foot reduction of what would normally be required. Additionally, there's a request to lower the parking requirement. The applicant is proposing 1.3 units per every 1 and 2 bedroom unit. Typically, that's 1.5 per the UDO. And then for the 3-bedroom units, whatever they decide to build, typically it's 1.8, but they're also proposing the 1.8. So the difference in parking, we're seeing a reduction of about 55 spaces. Just wanted to make you aware that the applicant is seeking that type of relief as part of this rezoning as well. The applicant did meet with the Town of Apex's Environmental Board. They provided the applicant with 7 conditions where the applicant agreed to 4 of the zoning conditions as outlined in your staff report. These conditions include such items as locating signs along SCMs, discouraging fertilizers, and to reduce pet waste near the drainage areas. At least 70% of the plants shall be native species. The Environmental Advisory Board did request 75 at the meeting, but the applicant came back with 70%. That's just something to be aware of. That's what the board requested. Additionally, 2 pet stations will be provided in the project area, and they'll be publicly accessible and adjacent to any amenity centers, greenways, or side paths. The Wake County Public School System did provide us with a letter for this rezoning that was included in your staff packet as well. They indicate that high schools within the current assignment area for the zoning/development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students at the high school level. Transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area should be anticipated. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the high school level. Possible long-term solutions may include capping students out to schools with available seats, but not proximate, reassignments, or calendar changes. The applicant did hold the required 2 neighborhood meetings as required by the UDO, and the applicant is also proposing affordable housing as part of this project. The applicant is proposing 10% of the units, so approximately 30 units out of the 300 that's proposed as part of this project, will be affordable for a length of term of 15 years. 5% of the 10 will be provided at 80% AMI, and the other 5% will be provided at 100% AMI, so you're aware. Here are some sample of the elevations the applicant is proposing for these apartments. Staff has some concerns about meeting the requirements of the UDO, specifically in regards to having prominent entrances and other elements within Chapter 9 of the UDO. We've gone back and forth with the applicant, and this is the design they wish to proceed with, and that's fine. We just wanted to acknowledge that there were some discrepancies from what the UDO requires and wanted to make you aware of it. Here is another example of the elevation here for you. One other area to note, as seen in the town of Apex's bicycle and pedestrian system map. This purple dot, this is the site here. I threw a big star in this so no one can miss it. These dashed lines here are proposed as a proposed 10-foot side path, which they are providing here and here. Staff did request to work with the applicant to work with the property owner, which happens to be the town of Apex here, in acquiring area and constructing additional side path so that this area would not become a gap and limit the ability for people to move around freely as they're walking around. As you can see on this map, a lot of the pedestrian accessibility and movement is actually going to be predicated and dependent on that path getting built out fully.
And explain further that something is in the zoning that is related to that request, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Another area of concern for the site that we were worried about the consistency and the character of the area. The proposed density is approximately 22.14 dwelling units per acre, which is a bit higher than some of the adjacent properties nearby. We have apartments to the south, which are closer to 13.15 units per acre. The townhomes in Alderwood are to the east are about 7 units per acre. And the future land use map shows a trend of lowering residential densities as you're kind of moving further north. So just we can look at that map too. As you can see kind of here, as we move further north, we're getting into the rural, we're getting into the low density. It's just kind of a natural transition for that area. We worry that going from, that lower density, which is still higher than maybe out here, and jumping up and then going back down is just not in line with the character there, and just something else to make you aware of. All right. Due to the inconsistencies with the future land use map and the inability to meet some of the requirements of the UDO, specifically in design standards, staff is recommending denial of this proposed rezoning. It just went before your planning board this month as well, and they also recommended unanimously denial of this project as well, citing mainly the inconsistencies with the land use map as well. We have a prepared statement of reasonableness and consistency. If you like, I can read that out for you. The proposed rezoning to the plan unit development conditional zoning is not consistent with the town of Apex's 2045 land use map, which designates the subject properties as office employment, commercial services. The requested high-density multifamily use does not conform to the intended land use designation, which is focused on supporting employment-generating uses and sustaining the town's economic development objectives. Furthermore, the proposed densities, as we've mentioned, of 22.14 dwelling units per acre is much higher than that of apartments to the south and to the townhomes to the east. The 2045 land use map shows a trend towards lower residential dwellings as you move to the north along Wimberly and Jenks Road. Although the applicant has proposed at 10% income restricted affordable housing units, this level of commitment does not constitute the sufficient public benefit to warrant a change from the adopted land use designation. The town's affordable housing incentive policy does not provide for land use changes of this nature without a substantial higher degree of affordability or other compelling public interest. In addition, the applicant has declined to commit to constructing an off-site 10-foot side path connection requested by staff. This path would close a critical connection pedestrian infrastructure gap and is necessary to meet the transportation and connectivity goals outlined in the town's transportation plan. The lack of commitment to this improvement further limits the project's ability to align with adopted policies. The proposed building elevations also do not fully comply with section 9.3.4 of the Unified Development Ordinance, which requires clearly defined and visible customer entrances. Design revisions have not adequately addressed this requirement, and based on these factors, the proposed rezoning is not consistent with adopted land use and transportation plans. It does not provide sufficient public benefit to justify the requested land use change and therefore is not reasonable nor in the public interest. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant is here as well and has a presentation for you as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I found, sorry.
I was going to say, any questions?
Yes. I found your comment about the prominence of the discussion there interesting because typically we don't, I thought we didn't have the ability to regulate facades on residential properties.
On single-family residential, including duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes, we are not allowed to. Multifamily, yeah. And also as part of the planned unit development, they're allowed to offer and we're allowed to apply to UDO and seek higher quality development standards. Yes, sir.
Can you explain the offsite side path again? Because I thought there was a provision in the zoning that was something about in lieu or whatever if they could obtain it, or there was something like that, right, for the town's property frontage.
Yeah. So there was continued conversations with with Planning and Transportation Department about this, where they discussed about it. The applicant, they have essentially doubled the 5% for the affordable housing.
No, I'm talking about the side path.
Yes, exactly. So they did not wish to commit to this.
But in the zoning, there is something about that, right? Am I wrong?
The zoning condition.
There was a paragraph in there about some kind of fee in lieu thing, I thought.
Let me check.
Was there not?
I did not see that.
In the staff report?
Yeah. The last. Am I wrong? Okay, maybe I missed it.
No, maybe. Let me double check it for you. Let me get to the transportation section.
Or I didn't understand what that paragraph said if it wasn't for that.
Oh, number 6, the right-of-way easement agreement. Is that what we're referring to?
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I believe here the request is that the applicant would, in good faith, make all the efforts to acquire and develop and collect the required easements and such, or in the event that unwilling to pay a fee in lieu, no fee in lieu was offered for this either.
Okay.
So your question was, is there a provision where they could pay a fee in lieu for that side path? Is that correct?
I thought that statement means they will pay a fee in lieu if they can't obtain it, or if they can't build it. And I misunderstood, I guess.
To jump in, I think condition 6 is sort of a catch-all for the first 5.
Yes.
Like if they need to.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
There's some slight off-site right away they can't get.
Okay.
Yeah, we've run into, just to clarify, we've run into a lot of problems on DOT roads where owners own to the center of the road. So one of the issues developers are running into is when they start to build turn lanes, even if they just have to shadow out working in what's existing right away, that might be on somebody else's property.
Oh, that's what that's talking about, not the side path.
Correct. Yes, if they're adding turn lanes and they have to shadow out beyond their property lines, it's just a catch-all to make sure when they get in that situation that they follow our process. That ultimately, if they're unable to acquire and we're unable to assist, that they would be able to get out of that improvement with a fee in lieu at that point. But we would have that process in place.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then we'll hear from the applicant.
Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you.
Good evening. It's been a minute. It's good to see you all again. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant Wood Partners. I'm joined by Caitlin Shelby, who will be making her own remarks here in just a minute, as well as members of our team who are available for questions tonight. That includes Kevin Dean, Ryan Fisher, and my own colleague, Mark Frederick. This case calls on the council to decide whether the highest offer of affordable housing this town has ever seen is a worthwhile change from the land use plan away from the office and commercial designation, and whether that should be delivered in our community instead of the land being held for a use that may never come to pass. At the conclusion of the hearing, I hope you'll find that 300 apartments with 12% of those apartments dedicated as affordable units and restricted as such, and the balance designed to be naturally occurring new construction affordable, attainable units. So the use of the term attainable in this context is this naturally occurring affordable housing that is not restricted, but is designed as such to deliver that way. And we maintain that this is a better use of the land than letting it sit undeveloped, where no jobs or increased tax base may come, just like the land has sat since it was designated that way in the 2045 land use plan almost 6 years ago. Looking at the site in the context along 64, we've highlighted some key developments surrounding the area, the majority of which are all residential or institutional. The site is surrounded by town-owned land and is adjacent to other PUDs, but the area is largely and predominantly residential now, including the Preserve, the Westford apartments, and the Art and Active Living. The Westford apartments are right across from Jenks, and they share the same density and approximately the same massing. And while there is some non-residential development in this area, the Westford commercial and the mixed-use projects are different. They have direct access on Jenks Road, they have visibility, and they have the two components that are crucial to make a commercial or office development work in this area. All of those distinguish us from this site, which has neither of those, and distinguishes even further from Sweetwater, which has visibility and direct access on Richardson Road just further south. The heights in this area are somewhere between 5 and 3 stories, and Bruce did a great job explaining how we worked with the town to make sure we brought a transition from our 4 stories down to the 3 stories in the area where it already exists. You can see the Westford has approved heights from 5 stories as well. Arden to the west, and then the sites to further to the east are predominantly more 3 stories. The Preserve at White Oak, Alderwood, and the townhomes in the Westford. And so we designed our site to be according to the recommendations of the staff to bring that down to the 3-story area that Bruce mentioned. The land use map designates our site for office and commercial uses, encouraging economic development and job-producing uses specifically. However, there are several reasons why this parcel is not likely to develop with those uses. First, it lacks that direct access on Jenks, and we cannot get a driveway in that location, unlike some of the other parcels that are able to be developed for mixed use in the surrounding area. And second, we have relatively low visibility for patrons. If you notice in the plan, residential use is encouraged all the way around us, but none of these areas are located predominantly, we're not located predominantly on 64 where we have that direct visibility for patrons. And as you've seen over time, that's important. People like to make the movements that can get into the site quickly, park, do their business or their errands, and move. And often when you don't have that kind of visibility, as we talked about when other projects came before you, it's difficult to get that customer base up. In addition to the specific site challenges, since the original designation, this area has now been surrounded by residential uses and apartments. The character of this area has simply changed since the plan was adopted in February of 2019, making residential not only the predominant character, but the height and scale of a 4-story building in this location, stepping down to 3 stories, completely consistent with not only what's been designated, but what's actually been built and out there on the sites today. More importantly, since that original designation, which of course was pre-COVID, the future of office is still very dire, with many companies only choosing larger mixed-use sites if they have that live, work, play component. They're not choosing the smaller areas, and it's very difficult to attract that type of office in Apex today or even in the near future. They're choosing places like Sweetwater or Waverly Place with a significant scale. This site only has 13 acres and simply does not have the ability to attract a major employer or a significant amount of jobs that will make a material difference in your commercial base. Converting it to residential now makes sense. And even though the loss of that can feel like we're losing office and commercial, this diagram shows how much office and commercial designation still remains on the corridor. So what we've done is we've taken the site on the right-hand side of your screen, colored in purple. That is Briar Creek, all the way from the Home Goods over to the GNC, and that total area together is about 1 million square feet of non-residential development. And then we took the areas of the mixed use that incorporate the not only office and commercial but residential, and those are shown in brown. Thus, the areas that are designated on your land use map that are only office and commercial are shown in red. And what we did on those future areas, those are all generally undeveloped portions.
Sorry.
It's okay. Undeveloped portions. Calling a friend. Undeveloped portions that are designated for this non-residential use. And what we did is we took out from the mixed use that would allow residential, we took out the RCA that would otherwise be required, shown in the calculations there. We also took out about 33%, assuming a very conservative number of that non-residential use. And then we multiplied that by 10,000 square feet and came up with the amount of square footage still left in those pockets. When you add all of that together, it's almost 2 million square feet. So twice the amount that's in Briar Creek could still be located along 64. And why is that important? Because 64 has the visibility and it has the access that customers want and need. These are the types of areas that you're going to place meaningful commercial that'll bring the meaningful jobs that will make a significant impact on your economic development policies, not the site that's on the edge of your land use plan. Staff lists 3 reasons why this does not meet the consistency statements of your adopted plan, and Bruce did a great job describing them here tonight. He mentioned that the residential use is inconsistent with the designation and the density is simply too high. I've talked a lot about how the designation, even though it's inconsistent, is really the right time to change it for Apex. And the density really is a little bit it's a little bit of a misnomer when you look at what our density actually is on the site and compare that to the Westford to the south of us. If you took just the area of our site, which is about 13 acres, and you peeled out the Westford apartments directly to our south, it's virtually identical to the density that we have. And so again, that same kind of character that we're talking about. He also mentioned that 10% of the units is simply not enough of a public benefit to warrant the change. That's a council decision. That is a legislative decision for you all to decide what is enough to make sure that the type of policies we're bringing forward, the amount of affordable housing we're bringing forward is reasonable and in the public interest. But luckily, we also have an adopted affordable housing policy. And that policy simply says that 5% units dedicated as affordable on a site this large or with over 20 units is not only acceptable and encouraged, and then it also has section 4.1.1, which recognizes that this 5% could justify an applicant's request for more density than is otherwise supported by the plans. We're doing both of those things. We're doubling the density, or doubling the affordable housing commitment by going over 5% to 10%. And we've also gone 2% higher than asking, and we're still asking for that density because it's warranted here. I mentioned the 2%. We informed you all last week. It didn't make it into the staff report on time, but we do have a proffer tonight to add an additional 2% of units to be affordable at 110% AMI. And the third reason the town staff mentioned that didn't support this change was that we declined to construct an off-site side path requested by the town staff over town-owned land. That is something that's desirable, but it's not required, and I would maintain that asking an applicant to do something off-site that's not required by the code is not a reason to say it's inconsistent with the transportation plan when that improvement would happen on site that's not within their zoning request. Of course, it can always be asked, it can also be done voluntarily, but it's not a reason to find something inconsistent. We don't control that frontage. We don't own that frontage. You do. And of course, we'll work with the town as we go forward to site plan, but it's not a proffer or a part of the case at this time. It's something we did evaluate and we appreciate for being raised, but we believe that the amount of adjacent on-site side paths that we're providing does provide that connectability. And nevertheless, to overcome some of the concerns, after working with staff, we did incorporate a lot of those concerns, and staff did a lot of work behind the scenes to bring a more robust case before you tonight. We worked through those architectural elevations and some of the other suggestions that staff made, including bringing that height down to 3 stories along the area that you see in hatched on your screen. We also worked on several other areas that we thought would make the request more in character with what this town has come to expect. And so that includes providing the 25% RCA, building the 10-foot side paths along our frontage on both Wimberly and Jenks, contributing about $650,000 as a fee in lieu for parkland, as recommended by the advisory commission, the PRCR advisory commission. And these paths and contribution will help towards those eventual connections as the site works its way down Wimberly towards the ATT trailhead and the future town park. Again, much of that land is controlled by the town where the wastewater plant is. We are also widening both Wimberly and Jenks, Wimberly to accommodate the turn lanes and the side path that I just mentioned, and Jenks to provide the full section of the right-of-way and provide those 10-foot side paths. At the intersection, we're also dedicating right-of-way for a future pole traffic signal, and we're paying a fee in lieu for 50% of the design, construction, and acquisition of right-of-way for that signal. This is also planned in an area where schools are not capped, utilities are available, and infrastructure has been accounted for in those road improvements that I just mentioned. In addition to all those public benefits, we're also providing all of these environmental commitments that you see on the screen, at least one sign per SCM discouraging the use of fertilizer, 70% of the plants shall be native, no invasive species will be allowed. We're installing 2 pet waste stations, as well as additional signage for the RCA and using full cutoff LED features. And finally, there are 2 very important affordable aspects to this case. First, 12% of the units will be restricted in the affordable rates as seen on the screen. At the time that the staff report was published, of course, we had 5% at 8% AMI and 5% at 100% AMI. Now we're offering an additional 2% at 110% AMI. We're doing that for several reasons. One, because we know that this is the largest commitment that you've seen in Apex. 10% was the largest, and we talked with you and with citizens and understand that that's important and raised an additional 2% here tonight. And 2, the attainable product that we talked about being leased to the middle income earners. This is a brand new construction project that's naturally affordable, naturally occurring affordable housing, which is different. I don't think Apex has anything like it, and it's a chance to set a standard not only with the highest amount of regulated units that you've seen, but this new project where the balance of these units will be provided at an attainable rate. Now, I'm going to have Caitlin talk a little bit about what those particulars are, but they're not restricted by zoning conditions, but she'll speak as to how a similar project in North Raleigh was able to be delivered and is performing at 80% AMI by design. Now, Wood Partners is doing all of this without asking for town resources or without affordable housing incentives, which is really important, given the public comments you've heard tonight that the town needs more funding for a variety of projects. We're not asking for that. We're doing this on our own private financing, and we're still delivering more than the town has seen. Think about rents available to grandparents, to adult children who are starting out, and giving them a place to live and to return to Apex that's not a $600,000 house. We understand that staff had to make its recommendation on a use that's inconsistent with the land use plan because of the way that the plan was adopted and what was the reality in place at that time. That use seemed possible or even desirable in February 2019, before COVID, before Sweetwater delivered its retail, and before Depot 499 was even approved. It was a different time. But now Apex has a large amount of retail just down the street, and it's within the council's discretion to decide what is needed now for our town on this site. What is in the public interest? And for this case, that decision boils down to whether council wants the site to be held for commercial or office for the foreseeable future and may never come to provide any kind of significant amount of jobs or tax base, or to convert it from what it is today, a rural residential designation, to a higher density residential designation, making productive use of this land and providing affordable and attainable housing now, when our teachers, our firefighters, and our service workers need it. Choose the affordable and attainable housing. We appreciate your time, and we're happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question. You've mentioned naturally occurring affordable housing several times in your presentation. What's your definition of that in terms of percent of AMI?
I'd like Caitlin to walk through the example in North Raleigh because she's got some great statistics about how that's actually been delivered. I think naturally occurring affordable housing can occur in a variety of ways and be met with a variety of AMI. In this particular situation, by design and by saving in some key ways that are unique to Wood Partners design, they've been able to deliver that entire project at about 80% AMI.
Okay, so that by deduction, your 12% commitment is meaningless, right? Because you're starting at 80% AMI. You're telling me that's already naturally occurring. So this commitment at 80%, 100%, 110% income restricted housing is not needed and therefore meaningless as far as this whole application is concerned, correct?
I would disagree. I would think that it's important for the town to have actual restrictions on zoning cases, making sure you know the type of AMI that's being targeted and where those units are being delivered. But it's also important.
Like you're telling me that you're going to bring this through the design at 80% AMI. What am I to gain from the commitments that you're making here then? Either the 80% that you're citing as the average rate is not correct, right? In which case you're presenting an incorrect case, right? Or the commitment that you're making here is meaningless because you're already at 80% AMI.
Or we're going to try to design it at an AMI that's conducive to what is right for this market. In that particular case, 80% AMI was right for North Raleigh. In this particular case, we're committing ourselves and to the town through legally binding commitments that will have these restricted units in place at the 12%, which is more than you've been. Can I finish answering?
Sorry. Finish, please.
Thank you. What's important about not restricting all of the units is that we need to still be able to obtain that private financing. And the private financing still has restrictions that won't allow us to offer restrictions on the entire units. And so what we're trying to do is have a commitment that allows us to deliver that, but doesn't say exactly what percentage will be for the remainder of the case because we need to let that settle out at what works for Apex.
Okay, what do you think is the right percentage for Apex then?
Caitlin can address that when she goes through her comments.
Okay, I'll let Caitlin do her presentation.
Thank you.
You've mentioned that the viability of commercial office is predicated in part on the frontage onto Jenks Road, and the limited frontage has been cited as a problem with having a driveway. Can you speak to any efforts at all to work with the town to possibly purchase or get an easement or something to increase that frontage along Jenks to possibly have at least a right-in, right-out access onto Jenks from on the southern end here?
Yeah, I don't want to represent, so I should have clarified, Matthew Carpenter has been leading this case throughout. He's on paternity leave, so I want to be careful not to characterize conversations that I wasn't involved in, so I would like Caitlin to answer that.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Jamie. So our understanding is that as the town has plans for that to become a utility use of some sort. And also contractually, we're under contract with, 3 underlying land sellers with respect to the larger assemblage. And so there is some complexities of contract timelines, et cetera. But most importantly, we understood from early on that there's a proposed use there that the town has for utility purposes.
Right. That's my understanding as well. But I'm not sure that the plans are finalized. Nothing's built yet, so things can change. So there's been discussions, but with the other landowners involved, it's been limited opportunities to pursue that further, I guess. Is that way you'd characterize it?
Well, again, I think understanding that the town had plans, you are correct. We didn't get into high-level, detailed conversations with respect to specific amount of frontages that might allow that turn lane to occur. That said, I think taking a step back, we do feel, for all the reasons that Jamie mentioned, and I'm happy to get into my presentation further as well, that the highest best use here is both the affordable and the attainable housing. So I think it's twofold answer there.
But at the very least, I think hopefully we can acknowledge that a right-in, right-out, even without the commercial, would be desirable, so that it's not all being exited onto Wimberly. Is that correct? Or maybe disagree with that?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I know we do have our traffic consultant here as well, that I'm sure he can speak a little bit better to, ideal locations with respect to curb cuts, independent of commercial or residential.
Okay, thank you.
Leave it to the experts on that.
And one follow-up to you is, you mentioned the non-residential zoning in the area, but my understanding, my recollection is there is non-residential directly across the street from this development, across Wimberly. And is it your point of view that this having two sides of that intersection be non-residential would still be not enough of a synergy to have the non-residential work in this location?
Are you talking about this?
Yeah.
This
Yes.
location?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it remains to be seen how viable that is. And what we've seen is that these types of smaller pockets of commercial tend to struggle when they don't have that access and viability. And so where some areas could have a cluster or a node that could be successful, seeing the competition at Sweetwater and how many services are available there when someone can park once and walk to do a variety of different personal services, this is a less desirable commercial site or office site for that matter. Most of the development world is moving away from, Class B office and only focusing on Class A and only focusing on Class A when it's part of an active center. So these smaller, I don't want to say that this one's not going to be successful or will absolutely fail, but it will have challenges in leasing that Sweetwater will not have. And so when you're looking at putting new commercial and infrastructure on the ground and where that should go, you want to cluster it in a larger, kind of denser area where the shared services can all work together and people can kind of have a park once experience, because it's better for leasing overall and the overall ability for the town to have that stream of revenue for the long term.
It sounds like you're implying that regional level commercial is really what can work, and this kind of more neighborhoody type commercial is not going to work in the future or now?
No, I think neighborhood can work in certain locations. I think this area in such close proximity to a larger center presents more challenges for it. Neighborhood in an urban center that's only a couple blocks away from another bodega, for example, doesn't have that same type of competition because there's equal amounts of people that are in close proximity. But in this kind of suburban context, I think it will be a little bit tougher. And then for those reasons, having this one edge convert over to residential when the balance of these kind of larger areas that could develop in small kind of commercial nodes but would be more of a prime location on 64 just gives it a better chance of success in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is Caitlin Shelby. I'm a managing director with Wood Partners. I'm also the local partner here presiding over all of our development in the Raleigh-Durham area. Our offices are located in Chapel Hill, and we've been developing here for almost 30 years. One of the things I'm most proud of regarding our work here to date is, and specifically in Raleigh-Durham, is our long-standing commitment to addressing the affordable housing needs. And that's particularly as this region has experienced such astronomical growth over the last decade. And to that end, Wood Partners was the first private developer to incorporate affordable, income-restricted affordable units in a rezoning in Durham, Cary, and Morrisville. And these are a couple of photos of those projects on the screen here. And that's something personally I'm really proud of, but our work goes beyond that as well. We're not the first to do that here in Apex, but I do feel that we are in a unique position where we're offering the highest percentage offered to date without any subsidies or special financing at 12%. But in addition to that, over the last few years, Wood Partners has made a priority to focus on this naturally occurring attainable housing, and that's what I'm going to talk a little bit more about today to give you guys a better sense of what exactly that means. But that's what we're planning to do here at Altera Heights, in addition to those income-restricted units. So our first attainable housing project here in the Triangle Market was in Northeast Raleigh. It's called Alta Town Center. Now this project it did not have any income-restricted units, so this is 100% naturally occurring attainable housing. And in addition, it was constructed with market rate financing. So what that means is we do not seek any government assistance or special funding. That allows us to move more quickly, and maybe more importantly means that we're not competing with those limited resources for incentive financing, government financing, which we know are extremely competitive, and which may otherwise only be options for, your typical affordable housing developer. This project opened in late 2023. We're now over 90% leased. And if you look at the rents across all of the unit types, so 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, they are multiple hundreds of dollars less than the maximum rent that you could charge at 80% AMI per the rates that HUD publishes. That is naturally occurring. And beyond that, the lease renewals, meaning residents that choose to extend or renew their lease, are higher than what we see market average. Our resident events are packed and the reviews are very strong. And so what this tells us is that is proof there is a strong need for this attainable housing, that people do feel proud to be able to walk in and live in a brand new home at an affordable rate. They feel secure in being able to renew their lease and not have to move year over year. And our plans at Altair Heights are very similar to what you see on the page here, with one notable modification, and that is, if we could have done one thing differently at Alta Town Center, it would have been to have elevators. We've recognized that there is a need to provide both attainable and affordable housing with elevator access. That allows folks with physical limitations to be able to live more comfortably, and also allows folks to just age in place. So that is one of the elements we're adding in here with that 4 stories in height that I'm really excited about. So again, this is an example of a purely naturally occurring attainable housing. It's your typical financing, which does limit us to a large extent on the portion we can set aside as true restricted. But I think this is absolutely needed here. I think it will go very far in terms of addressing the affordable housing need here in Apex. And I'm of course happy to answer any questions you might have, but really appreciate your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
I do have a question. I'll repeat my question that I asked your colleague or your representative earlier. What do you think is naturally occurring attainable in Apex? Yeah,
great question. So generally speaking, as we define naturally occurring attainable housing, it can range between 80 and 110% AMI. And the reason that there's a band there is because what's to say that somebody who is at 80% AMI and then gets a promotion at work, right, and maybe they're at 85% AMI all of a sudden, or 90% AMI. We want them to be able to age in place and continue to live comfortably and have that security. And so generally speaking, when you define attainable housing, that's between 80 and 110% AMI. At our project in Northeast Raleigh, we averaged out right at around that 80% area median income as you look through the resident base. And again, those units are rented for multiple hundreds of dollars less than the HUD published rates. So, obviously every micro market and neighborhood is a little bit different, but I think the need is still very much here in Apex. And the other thing I would note, you asked a great question of what's the benefit if we're expecting it to be lower than 100% or 110%, what's the benefit of the restriction? The one thing I would add to that is it sets a precedent, I think, in the town of Apex. And like I said, one of the things we are most proud of is, as a company, we were the first to do it in other jurisdictions. We weren't the first here. We were beat to the punch, but I'm proud to say we'd be the first at this percentage. And I think that does set a precedent for future projects. And so I think that's an added benefit for sure for you all to consider.
Were those communities you showed on the page before, were any of them built? Were any of these built where in the communities where the land use was previously non-residential?
So I believe, actually, yes. So I believe our Alta Ivy project, that was a rezoning that we did in the town of Cary. Our Alta Davis was not, that's a project that we built in Durham, but it was the other 3 projects, Alta Ren, Alta Blue, and Alta Ivy, that had affordable housing components. And I'm almost positive that Alta Ivy had a component that was commercial. So we did have to change that use through that rezoning.
Okay.
And actually, Alta Ren was, that also, I believe, had a future land use that was not high-density residential, if I recall correctly. It's been a few years.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, there being none, I'll go ahead and open up public hearing. And our first speaker is Jamie Sedgwilder. Sorry. Yeah, I'd like, so we'll go on to the next one. Let's see, Caitlin Shelby, but that's you. All right, let's see, Kevin Dean. Okay. All right, knocking these out, I like it. All right, Phil Welch.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of the staff, and public. My name is Phil Welch. I live at 1471 Big Leaf Loop. I'm speaking in favor of rezoning for Wood Partners' proposed Altera Heights apartment community on Jenks Road and Wimberly Road. Their proposal for 12% of the apartments to be affordable to a mix of household incomes from 80 to 110% of area median income is definitely moving the needle on more housing choices in the right direction. I met virtually last Friday with Caitlin and Jamie, who you just heard from, to hear about the plans for Altera Heights. You've heard the description and also the planner's description, so I won't repeat that. When we spoke on Friday, Caitlin emphasized that Wood Partners recognizes the need for more apartments which are affordable for lower income families. Recent developments by Wood Partners, such as the Alta Town Center that we just heard about and Alta Ren in Morrisville, show their commitment to build new, naturally occurring affordable homes for households earning about 80% of the area median income. At Caitlin's suggestion, last Saturday, this past weekend, I visited the Alta Ren development in Morrisville on the corner of Morrisville, Carpenter Road, and Davis Drive. The assistant community manager there gave me an overview and tour of the community. It has 250 total units, including 20 workforce housing apartments at 80% of AMI, with a compliance period of 15 years. The affordable one-bedroom, one-bath apartments are about 760 square feet and are distributed throughout the 3- and 4-story buildings. Their occupancy limit is 2 persons plus a heartbeat. Finishes on the affordable apartments are the same as other units. These tenants have full access to community amenities. As I walked through the clubhouse and outside pool and grill area, it looked like an upscale hotel. Buildings and grounds looked to be high-quality construction and were well-maintained. Yes, I realize that this proposed development may not be consistent with Apex's 2045 land use map. However, I do not believe that the land use map reflects the policies and recommendations in the 2021 Affordable Housing Plan or the gaps identified in recent housing needs assessments. We are requesting that council members consider affordable housing choices as a core value in all zoning, planning, and policy actions, and to make all decisions with this in mind. Please consider approving this rezoning because I believe this proposed development will advance Apex's affordable housing choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Okay. Ryan Fisher. All right. Don Cozzolino.
The computer went to sleep. Okay. Don Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. So I just wanted to express my appreciation, the quality and depth of this Altera Heights rezoning application. Really stands out as a model of transparency. I think the due diligence there and the community responsibility for the affordable housing and the attainable housing. I was really impressed too. When you go online, it's a 317-page application. It's kind of part of that big package that we were all talking about earlier. So there was a real serious effort to make all the traced all the piece parts to make it a complete story and a complete picture that would be considered for the town of Apex. I just want to highlight just a quick brief moment about, you're going to be hearing about another rezoning coming up, and that is a major commercial site. It's only 33 pages, so I just want to draw your attention to the sharp contrast between the process of zoning applications, and I think this one should warrants consideration. And even though it's a land change use for the property, it's kind of a very creative strategic solution for something that everybody is concerned about in this town. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last speaker for this. So that'll close public hearing. And that'll bring it back to council for further discussion and any possible motions. We'll leave it open for discussion at this time.
I'll make a couple comments. Here's what I like. I agree with the applicant, and I like their approach that by simply designing things better, differently, we can create more attainable housing. And that's, we've been asking for a different product for some time, and I think this applicant brings it forward. And I appreciate that, right? Now, it comes at an expense, right? It comes at an expense in terms of, environmental conditions that were, fairly minimal, a sign here and there, and then, a pet station here and there. Like, it's not really moving the needle, right? It comes at the expense of, offsite improvements that might not be included in the plan, or purchasing additional property to make room for a driveway, right? So I get all that. But overall, I like the creativity of what's being put in front of us. That said, for the frequent watchers of the show, I am a bit of a stickler for the land use map and its designations. And I think that, although the land use map is calling out both office and commercial, the focus on office in the presentation is a little bit misguided because, by admission of the applicant, right, like, we're not going to be building offices there. It's just not a great location for offices, plus the market is still recovering from the COVID era, right? But I do see a use for commercial services in that area. We've spoken a lot tonight about traffic and, road trips and such, right? We need more neighborhood commercial services, to let people shop in their neighborhoods, in the places where they live, instead of having to get in their car and drive along 64 or along US 1 or along, any other major thoroughfare to get to a place in town, to go to the hairdresser or grocery store or whatever, right? So I think that a site like this, right, in an area where it's located, is actually positioned well for those types of services and actually will help with traffic congestion, right, if we have more of these pockets of commercial developments in and around Apex. It's not so much about job creation and tax base and all of that, right? It's really about how we develop the town going forward. And I think that was in part reflected in how the land use map was laid out. Okay. The last thing I say is about the affordability commitment. We are being presented with a story that, in my mind, conflicts somewhat. The Northeast Raleigh example, right, I don't think is a fair comparison, right, because the asterisk was clearly set that we got to look at the local Apex market. And I don't think we got a clear answer as to what the Apex market really looks like in terms of, the rent that this property will develop. Now, there must be an answer to that because nobody comes up with a proposal like this, without having a solid business case, right? So I think the applicant is not entirely forthcoming in that statement. Even if that ends up being in the 80 to 110% range, as was indicated, then the affordable housing commitment is basically meaningless, right? Because the apartments are already there without that commitment, right? So packaging all this together, if we're going to be rezoning a piece of property, right, and deviate from the land use map, I'm looking for a public benefit that is material, right? What I would consider material is a higher affordable housing commitment at lower percentages of AMI, because we continue to miss the point that 100% AMI is not affordable for most of the people that we're talking about in these presentations. Firefighters, teachers, right? People that earn between $50,000 and $70,000, right? You need a 2-income household of those people and still not be able to afford a unit like this. So we need to get affordability commitments at 50-60% AMI of the market range, right? And not starting at 80%. So with that, right, I like what I see, I like the trend, I like the thought. I think the commitment that is made is insufficient for me to be supportive of this development.
Any other comments?
I'll comment and say that if we didn't have a land use map in Apex, I think every inch of land would be developed for homes or apartments. That's always the pressure I feel like we have as kind of a bedroom-ish community, and that's why I value those blue and red stripes on this map so highly. And if the trade-off of losing that forever is 12%, I think that's a bad trade. I think it needs to be much higher. I've suggested to them for the even before the current folks were involved, commercial be on the corner there, and maybe you could have residential behind. And that's not been what's presented today. And I think a denial of that tonight might lead to a different arrangement, possibly with a mix of housing and commercial. I'd love to see that path get connected to, because it needs to be walkable around here, and the value of the connectivity around here will be substantial, especially all these apartments and to the south, and then these included. So I hope we all collectively value the non-residential because of what we are in Apex, being much more houses right now, and our aspiration to not be such a bedroom community that you drive everywhere to go shop.
I'll jump. So Phil, I think we must have been following each other around on Saturday, because I drove over there Saturday as well and wandered around. I had a little bit of spare time, but I wanted to get a sense as kind of what we're dealing with here, because to me, the thing that ultimately jumps out at me is this is a balance of, do we maintain and keep this as commercial and hope that somebody will put something there that will, maintain that commercial character, or do we take advantage of an opportunity to have affordable housing at a higher percentage than we've received from anybody else at this stage? That's quality stuff too. I mean, that's why I went over there. I wanted to get a sense as to what we're talking about. And this looks really, really nice. The idea that they took the consideration of saying, sure, we'll add an elevator so that as we have aging populations, they can stay in place, because that makes it easier to get around. I think those are all really important factors. And, I don't discount the fact that we have a land use map. I do think that it's important to remember that the land use map was made and prepared prior to us creating an affordable housing plan. I think the land use map was and is and continues to be an aspirational goal of what we want to make sure we have in terms of the layout of where Apex is going to look. But I do think that it would be stubborn to not change our perception based upon what we see in front of us. If we have a need for affordable housing, we have a need for, and we know that affordable housing gets adjusted not only by asking for the percentages to be reserved for affordable housing, but also by increasing our density. When given that opportunity, that's something that we need to take a serious look at. And when I look at the idea of the land use map, simply because it didn't incorporate this or didn't consider this sort of high density property in there, the things I'm going to look at as to whether or not we need to make that change is what are we getting that we've identified as being priorities as a council. And affordable housing is one of those priorities there. And I fully recognize and really appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I think, there's a value to, asking ourselves, is that 100%, 110%, or 80%, are we really getting something out of that? And I think we are getting the ability to control that 12%. I think that's a value. I think, are we losing commercial space? The way I was thinking about this was kind of and I hate to say it, a simplistic sort of way, but if I can get more opportunity, literally a 5-minute drive away, and I know we don't like to say this, but people are going to drive the 5 minute to get more things than they are just to walk the 10 minutes to get the one thing. Hence why we have a traffic concern. But I'm recognizing that is going to be a thing. When we're looking at the bigger concern of affordable housing, I find it really hard to turn away a project like this that's giving us more than we've asked for, giving it to us in really good quality, for the hope and expectation that maybe we'll get a commercial entity that'll fill that spot. The things I think are interesting is that we hadn't heard the normal, it's like this is, this is so many units, it's going to increase our transportation, it's going to increase and I think what's interesting is that that's not the concern here. The concern is, do we put something that's going to make money, or do we put something that's going to put people in houses? I'd like to stay on the let's put people in houses side. So that's my thought on it.
I think that's a bit of a false choice. Option number 3 is somebody could come back with a similar proposal with better affordability commitments. And that's really what I'm looking for here, right? So it's not so much about the commercial and the preservation of commercial. I'm all for affordable housing, right? I'd love to see more of it. I like this development. I just don't think that the conditions as offered, right, are moving the needle enough for me to sacrifice this land.
And trust me, I am not calling your bona fides on your desires for affordable housing. It's been well stated. You've got a long track record on that. I only contest this aspect of your argument. You want to hold out to see if we get something better. We haven't had anybody come up to us with 10% yet. We haven't had anybody come up to us with 12%. So if I have to think about it in the context of what is more possible, do I anticipate someone's going to come in here for this plat to say 15%? I don't know if I'm willing to put money on that bet. I just don't know.
The only way that we've gotten affordable housing units is baby steps over the course of the last 8 years. It has been, contributing to an affordable housing fund, and that was precedent, right? And then it was actually building 1 or 2 units, and that was precedent. So now we have someone who is setting another potential precedent for us, and we're saying no because it's not perfect. It may not be perfect, but it is another step toward filling a huge gap that is literally never going to be filled. So if we don't do something that is going to support our community in this particular area, yeah. So my thought on this is we have 5% at AMI. They're coming up with unique ways to solve a affordability issue, right? They're using a different product, which is great. That's the things that we need. Those are the things that we should say, yes, please more. We need this type of product to come in. We need different types of products. And I love that the fact that the development community is offering these. So I also love the fact that they're putting an elevator in this as well, which is going to keep people in place if they want to be, right? So those are kind of hard to come by. So my plan is to support this.
I'm going to argue a little bit here. I agree with everything you say, but we're running out of room to take baby steps, right? We need more bold and meaningful movements. And yes, this is definitely a step in the right direction beyond what we typically see, right? I want to recognize that because I do think that the applicant, again, is putting forward a good alternative to what we typically see. And I don't want to take that away from them. My hope is that the applicants will step up and change their affordable housing commitment to include a lower percentage of AMI, which is an actual commitment beyond what they're already kind of penciling in as kind of normally occurring rents for these units, right? That is, to me, an indication of putting some skin in the game, right? Which is kind of the equivalent of what we're asking from other developers, you know, where we're basically asking them to sell a house under market value, right? I'm not getting the sense that the developer is putting any skin in the game by offering rents that are below market value based on these conditions that are offered, right? I'd like to see something a little bit more aggressive, targeting the community that needs it most, right? Which is not people at 100% AMI, right? It's people that live at that 60% mark, right? Our firefighters and teachers and everybody else that we keep referring to when we talk about workforce housing.
My point is that without those baby steps, we would not be where we are right now.
Fair enough.
And I appreciate those steps, so.
If I could argue real quick to what you said about a denial here means an uncertain future, and you wouldn't take that bet. I'd like to remind us that we had across the street from this, the one that has the commercial on toward the road. We denied that the first time because it had some commercial in the easement area that was like not viable, not at the intersection. And they came back with the commercial on this side. It hadn't gotten built yet, but they came back pretty quickly with that. So there is some evidence in this area, at least not the same developers, in this area of a better product after a denial and after the reworking that occurred after that denial. So I think Apex was better off because we denied that the first time.
No, I would agree. We're better off because we denied it the first time. That's because they came back essentially with the same product with what we were expecting. Because if I remember right, there were some concessions that we had within the UDO that they were not willing to also just basically comply with. And to me, the thing that makes this application different is we have told everybody 5%. They've come back and said 12%. I'd like to be able to say we're going to recognize that sort of activity. Because my concern is that we say no to 12%. What's the incentive for someone to come back and say, sure, I'll take the 15? Because either way, if this property is developed and it's developed for commercial use, is that going to be to a better advantage than being able to have affordable units? And to me, I'm going to say I'd like the affordable units. I get it that residential is kind of the thing that we want to skew against. And I think in most instances, I'm right there with you. But if I've got this sort of activity, this sort of offer, this sort of, this is a square peg in a square hole. I'd like a good reason to say no, other than somebody else may put a gas station there. Just my thoughts.
Thoughts, Terry?
Yeah. I was wondering you guys didn't let me talk. You can argue some more if you want. I have some thoughts. So, I'll start with the land use map. The land use map in its current form was approved when? 2017, 2018?
Yes, somewhere in there.
I think it was
before my time, but you were there.
Mid-19, I think, if I was guessing.
Mid-19?
Yeah, thereabouts.
We had some updates, yeah.
6.5 years.
We had some updates with the transit stuff, which we did. Okay. Added some apartments in some places, but
I would put forward that your pledge of fealty to the land use map should be proportional to how old it is. Like when the thing's first approved and we do a huge study and we talk to all these people and we go through and we approve it that day, it's really hard the day after to say, well, actually, you know, I want to change this. I do believe in the land use map, and it's the basis of all of our conversations. It starts with that. But as the years go by, I think it's okay to rethink your assumptions based on it. Just want to throw that out there, because sometimes I hear people talk about the land use map like it's absolute and it's written in stone. And I think it's sort of initially feels that way, but over the years, you got to take into account what's changed since then. We're about to do an update on the land use map, right? Like, I don't know if we already found a vendor or contractor to help us with it. I think we're starting the process of updating again. We have these meetings. It's going to get rolling. I suspect that properties like this are not going to have office on it when that update is done. So that's something to consider in terms of the land use map. But that being said, you do need a very compelling reason to change it. You have to make the argument. You know, that's the basis for the start. I think the arguments here that we hadn't adopted our affordable housing plan, you know, is something to consider at the time. That's a difference. Also, something else that no one's brought up since we approved the land use map and last really contemplated the use of this thing. We're building a park less than a half a mile away from this, within walking distance, up the road. You know, so that's something to consider. So that's the land use map. That being said, I'm disappointed that we weren't able to work out the side paths. There's a lot of public property adjacent to this. Not only our property to the south, but also the Cary Apex water treatment plant to the north, which would be a side path towards that park. I'm not sure if anyone's thought about that, like how could we get a side path there as part of this project or related to it. It's very long. Yeah. So that's something. I'm also concerned. I asked for tree replacement conditions I didn't receive. Makes me sad. Ultimately, the argument that Mr. Welch made, I find that persuasive. I find that this project, this is the type of thing that that we need to do more of, that we haven't. I've sat here with you guys and I've argued for a half an hour about whether we get 2 or 3 affordable units of the project. Half an hour. And we're twisting someone's arm to get 3, because to them 3 it's a single family home and it's $300,000 that we're asking for, you know. I heard the discussion about the affordability and the percentage. I also asked for it to go higher. Maybe that's why it went to 12. I like to think I helped a little bit there. I don't know if it was just me or not, but you know, it was part of it. But ultimately, remember, we heard that the rents here, the product they're building, is going to be pretty close to 100% affordable, you know. And try to find it. Where was it? Alta Town Center, right? 100%. The median income of residents hovers around 80% AMI. So the type of product they're building is different. And I've asked for that before, because we can't sit here and argue to get one extra single family home and expect to make a difference. We have to take bigger bites of the apple when it comes to affordable housing. And what that means is if we want places for our employees to live, if we want places for our kids to move a first apartment into when they you know, turn 18 or 19 and they want to move out of the house, this is the type of place that they're going to move into. This is the type of place where employees could live. And it's a nice community too. Be brand new, nice amenities, be a great place for employees to live, and it's affordable. So for that reason, I do have some reservations about the side path and about the tree replacement. A lot of it is cleared, some's not. I would encourage the applicant and staff to see if we can work out some sort of you know, development agreement to get some of these extra side paths built with a cost share involved. We can do that, so we just have one guy out there doing it, you know, and see what's possible there. Keep talking, please. But I'm going to support the project because I think that it's our job sometimes. Like, if you want to make a difference for affordable housing, it's gonna mean sometimes approving stuff like this and just taking your licks and getting yelled at by people who are going to be upset by it. So we need more of these houses. So I'm for the project, and I motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, passes 3-2. Let's see, we have public hearings 5 and 6. I need a motion to continue those to June 24th. Although we had discussed it in the adoption, we'll need a motion.
I'll make that motion to continue public hearings 5 and 6 to June 24th, 2025.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that's 5-0. Great. And how are we doing? Do we need a break? It's been about 2 hours. We have a little bit more. This is a marathon, not a sprint. All right, we'll take a 10-minute, we'll take 10 minutes. We'll be back on at 9:25. All right, great. All right, we'll go ahead and continue. We'll start up with public hearings 7 and 8. They're annexation number 793, New Hill Commons PUD, along with the rezoning case 24CZ19, New Hill Commons PUD.
Thank you. So the annexation includes some properties that are currently in Wake County's jurisdiction, so we'll just include those as part of the presentation, and at the end you will make 2 separate actions on that. All right, here you can see that this is located to the southwest of the town, located in the New Hill area. We'll start there. Here we can see an aerial image. We can see that there's frontage along New Hill, Olive Chapel Road, and along Old US 1 highway. We can also see that it's nestled between some other subdivisions. Here we have Belterra to the north, Utley Farms to the south, Jordan Point to the west, and then talk of other future developments coming along to the east there, but nothing officially submitted yet. Here's an annexation map just so you can see what is being included as part of this annexation. These are the properties that still currently have the Wake County zoning. Should you approve it, they will be incorporated into the town's limits. Right. This map shows the current zoning, as I stated before, that the parcels in the middle that are going to be potentially part of the annexation and part of the rezoning are currently registered. The residential 40 within the watershed there. You can see again that the Jordan Point, Belterra, Utley Farms, again to the south, are all currently zoned as planned unit development conditional zonings. This overall site is approximately 55 acres in size. The applicant proposes to have a development that is a mixed use with an average density of about 3 units per acre on the residential side of it. Should you approve this rezoning, this designation would obviously change to the planned unit development conditional zoning designation. Here's the 2045 land use map. Here you can see that we have the office, employment, and commercial services along New Hill, Olive Chapel Road, where my mouse is pointing here, and along Old US 1 highway. There's also some low density office employment that are in this corner here that is existing as part of the 2045 land use map. As part of this rezoning, there is a proposed land use amendment that would change this. Here the change is subtle, but I'll point it out for you so you can see it. It increases the office employment and commercial services up to the northwest a bit here, and it eliminates the low density / office employment section and just creates the low density area here. So it kind of minimizes it, but this is to give a little bit more definition and separation here and to add more opportunities for commercial services along this area here. Existing conditions, as I stated, this is about 55 acres across, 10 parcels. The western and southeastern parts of the site are heavily wooded. The central part of the site contains single-family homes, accessory buildings. One of the homes has been used as a business. The northeastern part of the site contains a single-family home and a cleared area. You can kind of see, I apologize, it's probably small and hard to see on those screens, but these are the current existing areas of where the homes are located. The site also contains, it's bisected by 3 streams, each with 100-foot riparian buffers. You can see this here. The stream breaks into 2 here, each with its own buffer, and then there's a stream that goes along the northeastern side here as well. Just as reference, we'll see in the next map where those streams are in reference to the development itself. As seen here in the proposed utility map and site plan, the project is proposing separate residential and non-residential districts as part of the planned unit development. The non-residential development shall primarily be located on the eastern side with frontage along New Hill, Olive Chapel Road, and Old US Highway. Sewer connections, conceptual sewer connections and potential connections are shown here on the map as well. Here we have connections, sewer connections here at Belterra, to the north 3 there, there's 4 here, and then I apologize, it's hard to see, but these blue lines are water connections. There's one also coming from Belterra, one from New Hill, Olive Chapel Road, and 2 coming up from Utley Farms there. The site's primary access will consist of 1 full movement driveway off of New Hill Old Chapel Road. It's going to be this most northern driveway here. One right in, right out driveway along New Hill Old Chapel Road. It'll also have a right in, right out driveway here along Old US 1 Highway. And then this is the existing Lashley Lane. This is where a full movement will be built to access the development here. In addition to that, there will be 4 connections made from the connecting areas. There'll be 2 from Utley Farms into the development to the residential area, and 2 from the Belterra development to the north. Here are these arrows here, and here are these arrows here. Again, shown as the Advanced Apex, there's a thoroughfare and collector street plan. A local connection will be built here. This is what this kind of pink and orange line here is. This will be a local connector street connecting Belterra all the way through here down to Utley Farms, and then there'll be access from here onto Old US 1 Highway. Additionally, this dash path is also a side path that'll be built alongside of it, allowing for pedestrian connection to go throughout the site as well down to there. All right, as we stated earlier, that the max density is being proposed. Part of this rezoning is 3 units per acre per residential side. The minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet. This is consistent with both Utley and Belterra developments around them. The max height proposed will be 36 feet or 2 stories. For the non-residential, the max height being proposed is going to be 48 feet. Buffers have been provided and detailed in your staff report and comply with the UDO requirements. They are highlighted in green along the perimeter here and here. Design guidelines have been provided for both residential and non-residential uses. Special notice was given in the staff report for the parcel that was ending in the 7861. It was in this corner here. This was part of a rezoning that came in prior for a gas station development. That owner and applicant has decided to come in as part of this rezoning here. And so they will be adhering to all the approved conditions of approval have just been folded into this for that particular area parcel. And then part of those requirements are also design requirements based off of the New Hill Historic District, which it exists, and I apologize, I don't have a map but essentially it covers from here to this parcel here, and those conditions will apply. As far as RCA, the site will comply with the UDO. Additionally, there will be public art as proposed as shown on the public art map for the town of Apex. The developer has agreed to supply that here, and also 3 additional art pieces will be provided, or amenities will be provided on the site as well. 3 additional amenities. The project was presented to the town of Apex's Environmental Advisory Board in February of this year. The board provided 20 conditions, suggested 20 conditions for the project, to which the applicant has agreed to 12. Some of these conditions include signs at SCMs and RCA areas, installation of pet waste stations, 1 per 25 residential units, 70% of landscaping shall be native species, and the use of warm seasonal grasses will be used to limit the need for irrigation, and the rest that were provided in the staff report. They held both required neighborhood meetings as laid out in the UDO. The applicant has offered a minimum of 2 residential units that shall be sold as affordable housing units at 135 AMI, and they shall remain affordable for a term of 20 years. Let's see, the Parks and Recreational Cultural Resource Advisory Commission recommended the following: a fee in lieu, the dedication for the maximum 166 single-family detached units, which would be the max build-out for the property itself, and the rate will be set at a later time. Council action. Staff recommends approval for this proposal by the applicant, and finds, even though that the proposal requires a land use map amendment, that is reasonable in the public interest. I have a statement of reasonable consistency I can read for you. The 2045 land use map designates the project site as low-density residential / office employment, and office employment and commercial services. A majority of the proposed PUD is consistent with the land use classifications. The PUD proposes a land use map amendment modifying the current designations of the office employment / commercial services, low-density residential, and low-density residential / office employment. These changes are aligned with the 2045 land use map's intent by supporting low-density single-family residential development where appropriate while expanding office, employment, and commercial services in the area. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide housing of a similar type and density as developments to the north and south. While providing for office and commercial uses to serve the proposed and existing residents in the development in the area, the proposed rezoning will also construct a local connector street with 10-foot side path that will provide vehicle and pedestrian connectivity from Belterra throughout the subject property and the Utley Farm subdivisions to Old US Highway 1. And I'm here to answer any questions. The applicant has a presentation for you as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant then.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I'm Mark Frederick with Parker Poe, Adams and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Barnett Properties. Also here tonight with me is Alan Manus with Barnett Properties, Jeff Roach with Peak Engineering, and Lyle Overcash with Kinley Horn. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow a grocery-anchored retail center at the intersection of Old US 1 and New Hill Olive Chapel Road. This will transition into a low-density residential neighborhood on the western side of the site, providing a seamless transition to the existing residential developments in the area, including Belterra to the north, Jordan Point to the west, and Utley Farms to the south. And with all of this residential development in the area, there is a growing need, and there's really an existing need for commercial services in the area. Those nearby commercial services are critical for the growing population in this area of town. And this was a topic of conversation at both of our community meetings, with most of the residents very eager to hear about the commercial services and uses that this project would bring to the area. This need is also reflected in the community input provided for the Western Big Branch Area Plan. This plan was adopted recently, and as part of that public input, a lot of the residents commented that there is a strong need for those commercial services, including a grocery store in this area. This site is right on the edge, just outside of the area plan, but I think this is indicative of what is needed in the area. This plan also provides direct pedestrian and vehicular connectivity to, first between the non-residential district and the residential district, but also directly to those existing residential neighborhoods. There are 2 substreets to the north that this project is connecting to, and 2 substreets to the south, including a 10-foot side path along the western portion of this site, providing that enhanced pedestrian connectivity. The other relevant transportation improvements are substantial and significant because this site has so much frontage on this main intersection of Old US 1 and New Hill Olive Chapel Road. This will allow substantial improvements to that main intersection, including turn lanes. This grocery-anchored retail center also has that great visibility on this intersection and has 4 access points, 2 on New Hill Olive Chapel Road, and 2 on Old US 1, providing that direct connectivity. There is a minor proposed land use amendment for this project. I wanted to touch on this briefly just because it is more of a technical correction for this project to follow the environmental features on the site that provide a natural transition between the residential and non-residential portions of the project. As you can see on the master plan, there is a stream feature there that just provides that natural transition. The development standards for this project are also intended to provide that seamless transition between the residential communities in the area. Many of the commitments provided in this case match or are above and beyond the surrounding communities. This includes the commitments suggested by the EAB, but also we committed to a 220 volt outlet in every garage, every residential unit, as well as conduit for solar energy systems. And the intent here is to match the quality and the amenities of those existing neighborhoods. As for the non-residential portion of the project, we're matching those EAB commitments recommended by the EAB, but we also have architectural commitments to limit visibility of, let's say, gas stations or gas pumps or the drive-throughs within that commercial area to limit the visibility from those main roads. And we also have a commitment for public art on the main intersection there, consistent with the town's public art map. We do have elevations, again, reflecting the high-quality architecture of both the residential and non-residential portions of the project. The planning board did recommend unanimously for approval. The staff report recommends approval. The case is consistent with the intent of the 2045 land use map with that minor correction. And this project is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide additional housing in this area that is consistent with the existing residential, but it will also provide commercial services in an area that are sorely needed. So with that, our team is available to answer any questions, and we are requesting approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have one. So you're anticipating a stream crossing. What are you anticipating that looks like? Are you anticipating a bridge? Is it large enough for that, or is this more like, a culvert?
I don't believe it's large enough for a bridge, but I'll defer to. It's a culvert, yeah.
I have a couple questions too. Can you remind me of the affordable housing commitment that this project is making?
Yes, the staff report mentioned our PUD documents reflect the commitment of 2 units at 135% AMI.
You're building 110 units, correct?
It's not clear yet. The maximum is 3 units per acre. So it's that would be a maximum of 166 across the entire site, but we don't have the final plans yet.
Okay, so the staff report says 110 units. So is that not true then?
I believe it says 166.
Okay, that makes the problem even worse because your colleague just set a new bar for affordable housing commitment, right? 12%. Typically we get 5. What you're offering is 2 out of 166 units. Why only 2?
Yeah, so the primary goal for this project is the non-residential portion of the project, is providing the significant benefits that commercial uses in this area so desperately need. The second goal is providing a low-density residential development that's consistent and compatible with the quality development surrounding this site. This, in terms of architectural commitments, amenities, as well as density. And for a low-density residential development, there are some challenges compared to a higher density residential development, where it just doesn't necessarily. It's much more difficult to achieve those higher levels of affordability. In addition, this project is intended to be for sale development, which brings its own challenges.
Okay. So other developers are able to bring us the 5% commitment that we typically ask for, right? Again, like you're a far cry from that. And I also want to remind you once again that 135% is not affordable housing, right? You're talking about people with an income level of $160,000 plus, right? That is not doing anything for our teachers and firefighters, right? So I'm going to ask you to reconsider that affordable housing commitment and bring it up to at least the 5%. Let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. What's the thought process behind not meeting the 5% goal?
It mostly comes down to density, and typically it's easier to absorb those affordable units with higher density. We started off with higher density actually, which would have allowed a higher commitment for this site. But again, that land use map recommends low density here, low density residential, and staff did encourage that low density residential. So we just aren't able to provide that commitment.
Okay, but you're aware that other developers have come in here with that 5% with the same level of density as
Understood. Yep.
Any other questions?
So just want to comment that the school report, the Wake County, the form that was sent to the schools, school board lists 110 units out of 166. So just pointing that out for my colleagues.
There's no other questions. Thank you. We'll open this up for public hearing, and we'll, for the sake of efficiency, because we heard presentations on public hearings 7 and 8, we'll do public hearings for 7 and 8 at the same time, because it appears that there's the same names on the list. I know we just heard from Mark Frederick. You're on both lists, so do you want to come back again? No? You're good? All right, just making sure. And I know Jeff Roach, anything else that you want? Okay, just making sure. Alan Manis, I know that you're with the team, but just to make sure. All right, good enough. And then, let's see, Mr. Overcash? Just, okay, perfect. All right, good. So for those who are going to be speaking then, we have Elizabeth Stitt.
Since it's combined, do I get 3 minutes or 6 minutes? I don't plan to go 6 minutes, but I may go more than 3.
It's 9:45 for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I drank my coffee tonight.
At the sake of saying that we are essentially having 2 public hearings in once rather than having you sit down and come back up, I feel like we can accommodate at least 6.
All right, I won't go 6. Elizabeth Ray Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road. Good evening. So for the most part, I'm in favor of this development. I like the fact that the housing section is low density, whereas 3 units. You know, they said the minimum yard is 0.14, and you can put a house on that, and your kids can actually play either in the front or the back, or you can plant a tree. So I greatly appreciate that particular part. What I'm not a big fan of is the fee in lieu for the park, because if they don't have facilities on site, that means that traffic is going to be driving to a park. It seems to me that either the town says, hey, we're not going to require a park because the kids can play in the yards, and give that money back to the developer. I think that money is better spent on putting signals. There are a couple traffic, if you look on page 846, and I don't have it up in front of me, to signalize those 2 particular intersections that are at a level of service of F. So if you're looking at quality of life, you want parents to have their kids to be able to play, you want to be able to get in and out of the neighborhood. So those are the 2 things that concern me. But more than that, I would like to have a discussion around where YMCA was not too far down the road, and then New Hill Plaza wasn't too far down the road. This town council was told, hey, here's what the plans are, and neither one of those developments are moving forward. And so with this one being for sale, that's concerning, because are we going to really end up getting what's being proposed? And for the fact that, I mean, I'm confident that the grocery store will go in. I think that's not a question. But what's going to happen to the residential? You know, it's going to be sold to somebody else. Are they going to come in and say, hey, you know, we have the zoning, we're going to come back and rezone it, we're going to get something different? Is the whole topic of Not that there's the intention of bait and switch, but we've seen this type of development come multiple times where the public says, oh, we're going to get this, and then you come back later and it is a different outcome. So I'm concerned about that potential piece of it. You know, why did YMCA fall out and it hasn't moved forward with anything else? Why did New Hill Plaza fall out and it's not moving forward with anything else? So, you know, that's the concern, is what are we actually going to get? I think we've been through this too many times to continue to go down the same path without getting some guarantees. Also, I don't think we have to have public art. That just raises the cost of things. We are looking for a nice community to be able to get in and get out. We don't have to have public art. I think you can make it nice with a nice entrance, give the money back to the developer so it can go towards signals. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Don Cozzolino.
Alan, do you have handouts? Yeah. Okay, I'll wait till you.
Go ahead.
You want me to go ahead? Okay, so we're gonna go over 3 minutes, but, okay. So I have handouts on the traffic impact analysis. So this particular site is adding 10,212 cars and, new vehicles in daily trips. So the concerns I have is always about Old US 1. It's a 2-lane little narrow road, and I had gotten really good numbers from DOT of no accidents in the last 3 months. So I was really happy about that. But then when we add in cars, that all changes and it doesn't matter anymore. So down the road is Gracewood and Utley Farms. So we're adding, I don't know, another 15,000. Okay, so we'll say that. Now it looks okay on the map. The frontage they're talking about for roads, but they're ignoring the rest of Old US 1. They're ignoring to the west. People coming from the Sheridan plant going to the west, going to the signal light. That's not a concern, all that traffic. Toll Brothers, all that, Jordan Point. And they're not considering between 540 and the entrance to US 1, what is that signal. So we're creating almost like how Friendship is without the signal, but we have a traffic signal there now, and it's really bad. You guys probably haven't traveled it, but you can't make a left turn, you get stuck on the first light. And then if you don't have a railroad going, if you don't have a train going across there, because you turn on to, towards Highway 1, and there's train tracks there, and it's 1 lane each way, and you could be backed up. And then you maybe get past that hurdle, and then you've got a traffic signal for the first part of the bridge for Highway US 1. And then you have a traffic signal at the second part. And boy, that's interesting because it goes into Holly Springs, and you got all that innovation, the Amgen and the Genentech is coming and all this stuff down there. And as far as I understand, your traffic department does not work with Holly Springs to talk about what they're doing. So how do we know all that traffic's not going to shift up? We're treating this like it's an island. And I get some more time. Thank you.
That's 6, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you very much.
That was 6. Thank you.
No. That was only 3. Did it need to be 6?
Oh,
I need 3 more minutes. Thank you. Or probably not. My point is, again, it's looking at everything very narrow. It's not looking at a big picture. It's not putting the pieces together. And the volume numbers for the existing roadways, I mean, you've got numbers of 40,000 cars a day on US Highway 1. They're building all to the south on Holly Springs. Is this sufficient? I don't think so. But you know what? I'm not an expert. It should be studied. It should be studied, and it should be studied beyond this little point. It should be studied the Holly Springs up. It should be studied from Sheridan Plant. It should be studied from Pleasant Plains, because, you know, as Elizabeth said, people are going to want to go to parks, and they got to bring their kids to school, and there's school caps, so the kids got to drive all over the place, the parents, I should say. So we're not thinking about this in terms, we're just putting stuff somewhere. And the concern Elizabeth has, I share. Bait and switch, whatever you want to call it, trust. It sounds great when there's this nice development there, but is that really what's going to be built? And it's not audited, and it's not told to the public what's changing. And then it just shows up with the bulldozers and everything's destroyed, and there's something else there. And you didn't get the public feedback on the something else that's there. So it is a big deal. And I just want to emphasize, just because you don't want to ask the question doesn't make it okay. Just because you don't want to know what the problems are in the area. Again, this is, a lot of this community is New Hill, Friendship, is not part of corporate limits at Apex. Okay, we didn't ask for these developments. It's fine, they're there, it's part of progress, and we're not anti-development, but these roads can't handle the traffic, nor do you know what they can handle. We haven't studied it. So I would ask and urge, you need to have conditions on traffic studies, but more than that, take it a step further, talk to the town of Holly Springs, get a commitment, and find out and study this area exactly what's going to be impacted, because it's going to be absolute gridlock. And it's going to be on both sides, because the summit's going on, Sears PUD, all that traffic, Depot 499, everything's going to be a gridlock. And we all need cars around here. There's no way to get around it. So I really hope you consider that and keep that in mind. It's all about safety. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That closes public hearing. Kicks it back to council for discussion and any possible motions.
I seem to remember one of the most regretful votes that I had was not expanding this road. New Hill Olive Chapel. We had the opportunity to put it on the map, to expand it. And we had vehement denial from the community saying, do not expand this road. So now we end up having a lot of, complaints that the roads cannot handle the traffic. We knew that growth was coming out here. And, that is one of the votes that I regret the most, is voting to not expand this road. So, something to keep in mind.
Well, if we're going to talk about roads, the daily trips is one thing. The vehicle miles traveled is another part of the equation. And having a grocery store here will substantially reduce the vehicle miles traveled from places like Jordan Point, for what it's worth. So it's kind of both of those metrics matter. I'm not saying your vote was right or wrong. I'm just saying, in comparing, the thing about traffic is there's two things you got to think about.
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just stating, we took it off the map, and we shouldn't have.
I thought we kept it on the map, actually. Now that I think about it, but okay.
Yeah, so I'll repeat a statement I made earlier in the previous rezoning. We need local commercial hubs like this, right, to avoid the longer tracks from, for example, Jordan Point to go to Publix, which is the nearest grocery store, right? And so, yes, it's more development in the area, but I think it also brings substantial relief in terms of those daily trips for basic needs and grocery shopping, basic services, and so forth. So I think that considers, right, having the combination of both commercial and housing, I'm a big fan of. I'm very disappointed with the affordable housing commitment once again, right? Offering only 2 units out of 166 or 110, right, whatever the number is not material. Even worse, we're offering it at 135%, which is completely meaningless. I've done the math in one of these sessions before, right? That still means like a purchase price of, $600,000 or so. So in terms of, the commitment from the developer to affordable housing, right? It's non-existent in this case. Now, I am also realistic enough that we're not going to get a huge commitment out of a development of this kind, right? And I think that the commercial or the overall site plan outweighs the affordable housing argument here. But I do want to make my disappointment with that commitment known.
Yeah, and on that point, like, I wonder if we should stop asking for affordable units from the large lot single-family developments and just ask for a fee in lieu. We have a project coming up that's doing that. Like, that could make a bigger impact. I know we go back and forth on it, but at a certain point, I think using that money to fund other projects may be a bigger bang for the buck than getting 2 versus 3 units.
Yeah, and that's been my thought process on that, which is it might be better to figure out a fee and lieu strategy when it comes to lots in this sort of area. I'm incredibly disappointed that the offer, which doesn't even get to the 5%, was made. I'm not happy about that at all. I will say though that this is an area where if we do place these services down there, it will make a big contribution in terms of resources for that part of the town, as well as, more importantly, kind of diminishing some of that throughput that we have for traffic. I mean, I agree with the comments of Councilmember Gant, which is, we got to think about the traffic aspect, and you can minimize the amount of distance that you're traveling, the better off you're going to make things for folks that over there. I also think that we need to also keep in mind that our neighbors to our to our south and east have made decisions with regard to what they're putting over there in Holly Springs, and we've got to be able to think about how that's going to impact us. And I do think that these services may ultimately provide a little bit more of a resource in terms of minimizing the amount of driving and how much traffic we have out there on the road. So, not a fan of it. I don't like it, but I think I'm at a point where, I think we might be making the better argument for looking at fee and lieu for affordable housing down the road, as Councilmember Mahaffey has said.
I think there are also other solutions for more affordable housing, and that can include things like not including a garage. It can include smaller lots. There are other ways to attain that other than just, throwing money at it. Mm-hmm. So I would, ask developers to consider things like that as providing more affordable housing. So, yeah.
Any other discussion or possible motions?
You're bringing a grocery store to New Hill. Motion approved.
Second.
Annexation and rezoning.
Yeah,
Yes.
So, okay, so that's, do we need 2 separate votes, for the annexation?
We'll do
Okay,
a
good
single
enough.
Motion to approve the annexation and the rezoning.
Great, all right.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
No.
Okay, 4-1. Both motions approved. All right, well, moving on to public hearing number 9. Annexation number 795, Courtyards on Wimberly. Ms. Kels?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Town Council members. This is located in northwestern, thank you, northwestern area of town. The project includes 3 parcels totaling 23.98 acres. And it's located along the eastern area of Wimberly Road, then American Tobacco Trail, and then Castleberry Road. The current zoning, there's the annexation, and then the current zoning district is rural residential in Wake County Residential 80. The surrounding areas, the proposed plan unit development, the proposed zoning is plan unit development conditional zoning. And then the surrounding areas are rural residential to the north, that's vacant land, American Tobacco Trail with conservation buffer and Wake County zoning. To the south is Wake County residential with large lot, single family residential, and then also rural residential zoning in Wake County residential for large lot, single family residential. The current 2045 land use map designation is low density and then rural density residential. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, then it would be low density residential. The existing conditions on the sites, mature trees and stream bisecting right along here the property with the pond. Single-family residential without building structures on the 2 northern parcels. And then on the south parcel is a operating farm with several outbuilding structures. The applicant conducted 3 neighborhood meetings, and those are attached to your report. Wake County indicates elementary, middle, and high school within the current assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. But school expansion or construction within the next 5 years would address some concerns at the middle and high school level. So the proposed plan includes single family for the uses, recreation facility, private park, passive active, accessory apartment, utility minor. And the proposed PUD plan also includes an age-restricted community, so that's 80%, at least 80% occupied dwelling units, must be occupied at least by one person who is 55 years of age or older. The design standards include a maximum of units of 61, maximum density is 2.62, and the height at 35 feet with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. The RCA is 30%. Let's go back here. 30%. Buffers are 20-foot type B along the northern property line, 30-foot type B thoroughfare, and the southern property line, and then 50-foot wide type A buffer along the American Tobacco Trail. And the PUD plan includes 11 architectural conditions. Just to give you a few, 3 different materials, and street-facing garages shall not protrude more than 1 foot from the front porch or front facade. The project was reviewed by Environmental Advisory Meeting or Board. The project includes 12 environmental conditions. A couple of those are solar PV system, at least 3 kilowatts shall be installed on at least 5 homes, and replacement of large and small trees. And so the, let me get back to that. The transportation improvements include the Wimberly Road frontage and construct road widening consisting of 12-foot travel lanes, 6-foot paved shoulder, roadside ditch, and a 5-foot sidewalk at back of ditch. And then for pedestrian and bicycle facilities, they include construction of, there is a 10-foot wide Greenway within this project. So the Greenway comes along here and then meets up with a Greenway that eventually connects to the American Tobacco Trail. And of course, the sidewalks provided on both sides of the sidewalk within the project. The two off-site improvements, upon dedication of right-of-way by the northern property owner. So here's this gap, that vacant land that shall install sidewalk along the frontage, because the sidewalk ends right here and then here's the project site. So trying to close up that gap. And also, upon obtaining easement from the northern property owner, the developer shall make a greenway connection to the existing greenway to the north that has a direct connection with the American Tobacco Trail. So that connection is up here. And the American Tobacco Trail, there are limited number of connections. There's no closer than 1/4 of a mile. So here is already one connection, and then further to the south, further south this way would be the next connection to the American Tobacco Trail. Parks and Rec made a recommendation for a fee in lieu of dedication with credit for cost of that greenway. And a housing condition has just been agreed to by housing staff and the applicant. And that is, the developer shall pay to the town of Apex a total of $133,200 to be placed in the fund designated for the town's affordable housing program. The fee shall be payable prior to approval of the first plat. So that's an included condition. And with that, planning staff recommends approval of the rezoning and that additional condition. And planning board also recommended approval. That was by a vote of 8-0. So the 2045 land use designates the project as rural density residential and low density residential. And if this rezone is approved, the properties would then be automatically amended to low density residential. So the density and lot size are consistent with that of nearby development, and the proposed rezoning is reasonable and is in the public interest, as the proposed density and uses are consistent with the adjacent developments while providing continued growth of available housing within Apex. And with that, if you had any questions, and the applicant does have a quick presentation.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question. The buffer along the tobacco trail, you mentioned is 50 foot?
50-foot type A.
Okay. I thought the buffer around the tobacco trail was required to be larger than that, or?
No,
No?
it's 50 foot.
Okay.
Jordan Lake was wider.
And maybe it was a previous development where we got 100 foot. I thought like 100 foot was stuck in my head, but okay. And just to confirm, the greenway does not directly connect to the tobacco trail from this property, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay.
Can you describe, yeah, that was my question too, is I measured it. The southern end of this development is more than a 1/4 mile from that greenway connection shown in the image. And I know our plan has there's a driveway and a connection further south, but was there discussion about changing our transportation plan to get rid of that one to the south and making this one at the southern end the access because of it getting built right now? It just seems like it's a better spot for users in the next few years versus decades.
So they're actually building it to the connection that's already built on the north side.
Yeah, the southern end is what I'm talking about.
We can't move it because DOT controls, it's a control of access because of it's the rails to trails.
Right, the 1/4 mile is what I thought I read. Or is it more than that? Because I measured 0.3 miles.
As far as what we received from Angela Renke from Park and Rec, it's a bit of history. This corridor is still owned by NCDOT as a railway corridor. Is being leased by Wake County for multimodal trail. Wake County and the town of Apex, in conversations with Rail Division, have expressed our target of having connections no closer than a 1/4 mile separation And we also know we have several locations in this corridor that have extreme erosion due to new development, both north and south of this property. And I think she said there was a collapse of the berm on the side of the trail onto the trail, which caused a couple of months of long closure at the ATT. And the other they are currently working on is to the north in Cary that is causing some damage to the trail. So the master plan does not provide for connection to the ATT, but south of the project where a driveway crossing already exists, so we will have a loop for that for the residents in this area in the future.
Right. I saw the driveway. It's just not connected to anything right now, except for the road. And getting there will be a challenge.
So, Mr. Gant, the southern connection actually aligns. Well, it's not directly aligned. My apologies. Never mind.
It's, yeah.
It's close to that connection.
So the measurement is 0.4. In order to do a quarter mile, you'd have to have 0.5 between those 2 points in order to get a third connection.
Oh, is it a, hold on. I thought it was on one side, it's a quarter mile. Is that not how I should interpret it, the rules?
I want to say it's a minimum of a quarter mile.
If it's every quarter mile, you have to be 0.5 between the two that are already on the plan, and it's only 0.4. So you can't get a third one in the middle, which I think is what you're
I was suggesting getting rid of that southern one, the dotted thing.
You want to get rid of
I want to get rid of it and just make it here at the southern end. That's why I thought it'd be better in the long run, considering that driveway, you can't access it. And that's what I was wondering about.
Do you know what the name of that neighborhood is? There's a neighborhood that has a Greenway connection that's
Right.
that's more closely aligned with that southern connection. It makes sense to do it there. If you do it further up, then people have to go up to get across to Wimberly Road if that's where they were headed.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the Weddington.
Yes.
Subdivision right along here.
We also try to evaluate, I was just talking with Angela about in Parks and Recreation about this today. We also try to evaluate the connections to the ATT where it is least impactful, because if you're familiar with it, there's areas where the slope is greater, but areas where it's not as much. And so where possible, I don't know if that's a factor in these locations or not. Without more information, I can't say that that's an additional factor to consider.
I was looking at distance, not the erosion thing. I don't know about the erosion part.
So there are other factors that we look at in addition to meeting that distance requirement from the Rails division.
Yeah.
It's also where it's a least impactful connection.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Thanks for asking that question. I had the same question.
Yeah, that driveway's not. It's just a driveway gravel thing. Anyway.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Letitia Shapiro, Morningstar Law Group, here on behalf of the applicant Epcon Communities. Here with me this evening is Juan Montez from Epcon Communities, here to answer any questions that you might have. First, I want to say thank you to the staff for their hard work to get us here today. I know it's been a long night, so June did a great job giving us the details of the case, so I'm just going to go ahead and highlight just a few of those important points. So first, it is a pleasure working with Epcon Communities. Epcon is unique because they not only have a remarkable reputation in the community for building high-quality developments for 55 and older. They take pride in building community, and they listen to the existing community because they understand and want to be that permanent member of the community. Go ahead and, sorry, forgot my slides. So we believe that the plan has appropriate transitions between the proposed development and the surrounding land uses. The applicant has added 8 of the 9 environmental zoning conditions recommended by the Environmental Advisory Board. Those that weren't previously mentioned were that all homes will be pre-configured with conduit for this solar energy system, that the amenity center will include a rooftop solar PV system, and there will be a native pollinator demonstration garden within the community. In addition to those road improvements on the Wimberly frontage, the sidewalks on both sides of the internal street network, and the construction of that 10-foot greenway within the project site, Upon obtaining that dedication of right-of-way by the owner to the north, the applicant has committed to filling in that gap in sidewalk along the portion of the property from that same, and then purchasing a portion of the property from that same property owner. And the applicant is committed to making that Greenway connection to the north that has that direct connection to the American Tobacco Trail. And as June noted, the applicant has committed to a contribution to the town's affordable housing program, but I do also want to note that all of the houses in this community will start at 2 bedrooms with an option for a 3rd bedroom and an upstairs loft. So on your screen are sample elevations showing the high-quality homes Epcon Communities is known for. The proposed 55 and older development will provide ideal low-density, low-maintenance, single-family detached homes for seniors, consistent with the character of the surrounding area, providing a low-maintenance, peaceful, active lifestyle for seniors that we believe this is a community Apex will be proud of. We're here to answer any questions, and I thank you all for your time and would really appreciate your approval of this matter.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have one. When you say that, you know, it is created for seniors, are we also considering people that are wheelchair users? Are we considering people that, you know, kind of lower counter heights, those types of things for people who've had, you know, other things happen to them?
Yep, absolutely. This is Juan Montes from Epcon Communities. He can speak to those special need amenities.
Good evening.
Evening.
To answer your question, yes. So our all of our footprints, even when it comes to the front yards, side yards, and backyards, are all designed to be ADA compliant. When we set up, you know, reservations for our homes, we go through with the property owner for any specific criteria that they may need. So, in general, standard goes, we always provide ADA compliant, I guess you could call them amenities throughout the footprint, but we do meet specifically with buyers to, you know, address those, because that is very prominent in our developments, is that we do have some ADA issues or, you know, priorities, and we take that very seriously.
I do have a quick question about the affordable housing aspect and
Sure.
the creative use of essentially kind of a fee in lieu. Give me a little bit of background about how you guys got to that point.
Yeah, so we worked with the housing department and kind of went back and forth on this. So kind of we try to follow the example that the housing group applied to us, which was a pretty simple equation. They came up with a HUD home sale for this area, which is of $382,000. Because our homes are 2-person, 2-bedroom houses, which is what we always go for, we looked at the data and we found $420,000 would the average home price be for this area, Wake County, per HUD. So we took that, we did the average sales price of what our most affordable housing unit would be, which is, in this case, is not applicable just because in this area, our smaller unit would just stick out completely, would not fit into our development. And so we went in, and I actually have the number right here just to make sure I'm getting this right. So the $420,000, how they go about it is they do the difference between the $420,000 and our base price for the development, and then you multiply that by 5% of what the entire development would be, which is for us would be 3 homes. And so that's essentially $44,000 times 3, which gets us up to $133,000.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, all right, well, thank you. Well, then we'll open this up for public hearing, and I'm going to correct the mistake I made last time, which was I did notice that we had both in the public hearing and on the agenda that we had noticed that these would be combined. So we'll be back down to 3 minutes in terms of for speaking. And I see we have Ms. Shapiro and Mr. Montez. I see you both signed up, so you guys don't want to have any other? Okay, great. All right, so we'll go on to the others that are on the list. It brings to mind a comment that a judge once reminded me, which was the Gettysburg Address was 272 words. That was Abraham Lincoln speaking. Anybody remember who spoke after him? Exactly. So we'll go into opening public hearing, and Miss Elizabeth Ray Stitt.
I just wanted to clarify one, that the housing, the applicant offered the housing condition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll reopen public hearing then. And Miss Elizabeth Ray Stitt. Okay, thank you. All right. And Don Casalino. Thank you. All right, that will close public hearing and bring it back to council for further discussion and any possible motions.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, and that's for both.
Yes, that's annexation and rezoning.
I just want to give the applicant a shout out for actually including dual solar commitments to this development. We see a lot of solar conduit, okay, yippee, but to actually see some solar panels on the roof being installed, including your community center, shout out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I agree. I think this application, this rezoning is amazing. It includes all the conditions that we usually ask for. It's like you guys went through our old hearings, listen to everything I complain about. You had a little bit each, so it's wonderful. So I'm not going to give you a hard time. I love it.
Yep. And I appreciate the creative thought process with regard to the affordable housing concept. I think that's something that we'll want to explore in other projects of a similar nature. So I appreciate the hard work on that.
Yeah, and I thought it was because I just asked about it like last time.
Right.
But I guess I thought about it beforehand.
Yeah. Okay.
You weren't the first.
So there was a motion.
There was a
I
second.
seconded it, yeah.
Second. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, it's unanimous, 5-0.
With the condition.
With the condition.
Yes,
With the
yeah,
condition.
sorry.
With the condition.
That's what you meant.
With the condition.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
That's what was meant. All right.
Guess we're getting tired, huh?
We are moving along to public hearing number 11, rezoning case 24CZ23, Greenway Waste expansion.
Can we just approve this and be done?
All right. The applicant Greenway Waste Solutions of Apex is seeking to rezone 5 parcels, approximately 141 acres, from various zoning districts to the light industrial conditional zoning district. The site of the rezoning is located to the south of NC 540 and to the east of Viridia Parkway and west of NC 55 Highway. Right there. As shown in the here, proposed rezoning includes the site of the Greenway Waste Solutions Apex landfill and portions of the parcels to the east that are currently part of the Viridia development. Surrounding uses include a vehicle body shop to the east and a future pump station to the west, which will be Big Branch 1 pump station, and the South Wake landfill location to the south. As you can see, called out here, here's the body shop to the east, and then the Big Branch pump station will be located around here. Current zoning, as I stated, there's various zoning districts included in this zoning petition at the moment. We have the LI in this purple, light color purple here. We have portions of high density single family as part of this rezoning in this little sliver to the far east. And then there is the rezoning, the Viridia Sustainable Development Conditional Zoning that will include it in part of this rezoning as these parcels here. Should you approve the rezoning, all those parcels we've just spoken about will be rezoned to the light industrial conditional zoning district, as mentioned before. As part of this rezoning, it'll change the parcels. The property being included to the west. Currently, so the reason, one justification for allowing this, these were obviously approved as part of the RXR property and the Viridia rezoning prior. Some of this area, given the location and the site of it, is not conducive to the overall development of the Viridia project. And so one justification we think that is appropriate for this rezoning is that this is more appropriate for the use of this area, given its adjacency to both the South Wake landfill and the current Greenway Waste landfill to the east. Proposed uses for the site. The rezoned land may be used for and only for the uses listed. Such uses include a sanitary landfill, communication tower, recycling center, utility minor, yard waste transfer station, chipping and mulching, land clearing, and inert debris landfill. In the conditions in the ordinance and in your staff report, you should see that there were S's in parentheses around many of these proposed uses. The S indicates that the use category or specific use type is only allowed in accordance with the procedures and standards of obtaining a special use permit as well. The subject property, so as part of the conditions of approval, the first one is that the subject property will be exempt from providing any additional off-street parking that may be required by the UDO section chapter 8. The reason for this is given the mobility and the ever-changing environment of the site itself. It's hard to have dedicated parking. Also, part of your packet, you received a written notice from the operator that this expansion for the Greenway Waste Solutions landfill does not require additional employees at this time. So that's part of the justification for not requiring and exempting them from the additional parking requirement for the uses listed above. Number 2 is that exceed the dimensional limitations established in Chapter 8 of the UDO shall be permitted. Property shall not be increased beyond its current height. So this is a reference to the existing flagpole. There's a flagpole that's slightly out of compliance with the UDO, and this condition speaks to that they may maintain it on the site the way it is, but they shall not be able to increase it beyond its current height and size. Number 3, condition of approval that the applicant has proposed is that any encroachment into the required 100 type A buffer along NC Highway 540 existing at the time of the right-of-way for the NC Highway was acquired shall be permitted to remain. No new encroachment shall be permitted unless otherwise authorized by the UDO. So in this aerial image is a good example of that. There's some areas that that they were already working in as part of the project that would, as soon as this area was established, that type A buffer became non-compliant once that was built and established. So we're just saying you can keep what's there, you can encroach into that buffer now, but if you wish to encroach any further, you must comply with all required UDO standards. Number 4, any existing encroachment into the required 250 setback for the land use of land clearing and inert debris landfills shall be permitted. However, no new encroachment shall be permitted unless in accordance with the UDO. Same difference, the UDO requires that there be a 250-foot buffer from other uses from the property line, and we're saying that some of this already existed prior, and so that we're allowing this to continue to exist, but there shall be no future encroachment into that required setback. And then it lists the uses. And again, the uses are listed as sanitary landfill, communication tower, recycling center, utility minor, yard waste transfer station, chip and mulching, land clearing, and inert debris landfill. And just go back to there will be a slight land use map amendment here. You can see that currently we have the industrial employment shown here as far as the main area for the Greenway Waste Apex landfill. The Viridia part of the RXR property is that multi-use section here. Again, we're seeing industrial office employment and high density residential. Should you approve this, the land use map will be amended to include all this area as industrial employment as well. The applicant held all required neighborhood meetings and was presented the proposal to the Town of Apex's Environmental Advisory Board, where they did not provide any additional zoning recommendations or conditions at the time. So we've gone over the conditions. Do you have any questions for me? And the applicant is prepared to speak and answer any questions as well.
Any questions? Yeah, apparently being none, the applicant wants to say anything? We have a presentation. Yes. Your floor, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Hunter Winstead from Morningstar Law Group representing Greenway Waste Solutions. With me tonight is Mr. John Brown, the Chief Operating Officer of Greenway, who's happy to answer any more technical questions about Greenway's operations. The orderly disposition of waste is crucial for public health and safety. Now, the way that you incorporate that is through landfills, like in the present case. When it comes to landfills and waste management, especially with construction, demolition, and yard waste, there's no one in this industry better than Greenway. They have an outstanding reputation. And for that reason, I'm very excited to present this rezoning case to expand their present landfill. I will not go through much of the details because I think Bruce did an outstanding job. I'll just briefly again show the aerial of the site. It's 5 different parcels. You'll see the very, very small parcel over here on the east side that I often miss when I'm looking here. These 3 here are owned by RXR. The large site and the very small site are owned by Greenway. Here is the proposed work to be done for the expansion. You can see the entire site there. Zooming in, this is the current landfill facility. To the left, going west, is the proposed expansion here. Again, the full aerial site. I'll try to be as brief as I can because, again, Bruce covered this. The current zoning, there's several different classifications: light industrial, the SDCZ from the Viridian development, and high density single family, which is the tiny site. And we're proposing the light industrial conditional use. I won't go through all the conditions. Again, Bruce did a great job explaining them, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Looking to the land use map, each of these 5 sites is designated as industrial employment. The 3 RXR sites have these additional designations: medium density residential, high density residential, office employment, and commercial services. It's our position that we're consistent with the land use map, given that each of these is designated for industrial employment. So the things I would like to touch on, the 2 reasons why it's our position that the council should approve this application. One, it's reasonable. As I just briefly mentioned, the application, the proposed use complies with the land use plan. It's surrounded by these industrial uses, with Wake County's landfill to the south, 540 on the northern end. This site is tucked away out of sight. It's the perfect site for a landfill and for this expansion. The conditions that we've worked with staff to incorporate into this application are thoughtful. The uses are very, very specific, essentially all for landfill. And again, will be for construction, demolition, and yard waste. Unlike the solid waste down to the south in Wake County's facility, it's quite simply a reasonable expansion of a use that's already in existence, and it's the right use at the right location. So that's to the reasonableness, the first reason. Secondly, it's in the public interest. There's an existing partnership, I know the council members are aware, between the town and Greenway for the composting program that the town uses this site for. This expansion will simply provide even greater benefit to the members of the residents of the town to use this facility. And so 2 main reasons: reasonable and in the public interest. And we respectfully request that the council approve our application. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or?
I got one. In the allowable uses, you talk about a recycling center. What kind of recycling are we referring to here? Because there's that recycling center at the Wake County landfill, right? Are we talking a similar facility, or is this specific to yard waste recycling? What kind of recycling are we referring to?
John, do you want to answer that question?
Sure. So in our current operation, we handle the composting of the yard waste that comes to the facility. There will be a continuance of that. That's not a recycling facility in our landfill speak. We would recycle, compared to Wake County, we would be recycling any building materials that come in: wood, concrete, aggregates, anything like that. But we're not proposing a recycling facility as part of this request.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Was that a Hamilton quote you had at the beginning of that presentation?
A Hamilton quote?
Sounded like it.
Possibly. I like Hamilton. I don't think
It was very poetic for a landfill site.
Oh, I appreciate it. I wrote it about 5 minutes before I came up here. So maybe it was Hamilton in the back of the mind. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Let's see. All right, we have a public hearing. We'll open this matter for public hearing. It looks as though Mr. Winstead looks like you were listed on here, so there's no need. And there's a Mike's with you as well. Okay, so there's no one signed up for public hearing, and we will close public hearing and take it back to council for discussion and possible motions.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay.
How about this guy's PowerPoint skills too? Huh?
I know, right?
I know. Like, did you notice that? It's like the moving stuff. Like I'm all
Handing
like
over the maps and everything.
Yeah.
dazzled and everything, man.
Yeah. Like his haircut too.
Yeah, well done, well done.
Yeah,
Not me. Yeah.
As we've gotten to the punch drunk part of the council meeting.
Yeah.
All right, so there's been moved and it's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. All right, we're off to, pleasure, thank you. We're off to public hearing 12. Daylight is in sight, people. Rezoning case number 25CZ03, 309 North Salem Street.
Alrighty. Good night, everyone. This is rezoning case 25CZ03, 309 North Salem Street. This rezoning is located on North Salem Street on the northern boundary of the commercial core of our downtown area. The property is only 2.33 acres and is within the Apex National Register Historic District and is a surveyed home. As you can see, the current zoning to the north is medium density. There's single-family residential there. To the south and to the west is downtown commercial, and then across the street is neighborhood commercial. The current zoning of this parcel is mixed office residential retail conditional zoning. I'll call that MORRCZ to shorten it up. And this rezoning case is just to add one use to the allowed uses for this parcel in the MORRCZ district. The applicant held multiple neighborhood meetings on this parcel. This rezoning was exempt from meeting with the Environmental Advisory Board due to the size of the parcel. Apex housing staff did not make a recommendation for affordable housing due to no increase in residential entitlements. And Wake County Public Schools did not offer a letter of impact as there is no increase in residential entitlements for the parcel. The 2045 land use map identifies this parcel as mixed use, medium density residential, office employment, commercial services, and this proposed zoning district is consistent with that land use classification. Planning staff recommends approval of rezoning case 25CZ03 with the conditions offered by the applicant. Planning board held a public hearing on May 12th, 2025, unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning. And we believe that this rezoning is reasonable in the public interest as it will, the conditions allowed for the property will allow it to be used in a manner consistent with the mixed use character of our downtown area. Any questions for myself?
Any questions?
I have one for maybe you or Diane. These kind of minor rezonings, is there an ability, or do other places, do they delegate to the manager or the planning staff to allow this? Is there a possibility of doing that? Okay.
State law is legislative. Yep.
State law? Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. The applicant want to make any? Okay. Applicant has declined. We appreciate that. All right. We'll open it up for public hearing. There's no one signed up, so we'll close public hearing, and that brings it back to us for discussion and possible motions.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? There are no nays. It passes 5-0.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention,
that, huh?
there was email received to town council that was in support. Just forgot to mention that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it. Okay, and we are now at public hearing number 13. Rezoning case 25CZ05, West Village PUD Amendment. You're wrapping us up?
Yes, let me tell you a bedtime story about rezoning case 25CC05, West Village PUD Amendment. So this property is located in this general area in the ETJ. The property to be rezoned is located on the east side of Kelly Road in the west of NC 540 and located within the West Village development. The property is currently zoned Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning. To the north, Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning. To the east and south, Residential Agricultural. And to the west, Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning and Mixed Office Residential Retail Conditional Zoning. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning, amending the current West Village PUD. And this is to amend the phasing and transportation improvements related to PUD 1. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as mixed use, high density residential, office employment, commercial services, and the proposed rezoning is consistent with that land use map classification. The applicant conducted 2 neighborhood meetings, and the reports are attached in the staff report packet. An impact letter from Wake County Public School Systems was not required since there isn't an increase in residential density. And the rezoning was exempt from meeting with the Apex Environmental Advisory Board. The property is approximately 5.8591 acres and contains structures and existing vegetation. The property was originally rezoned to Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning in July 2016 as part of the West Village development. The reference exhibit on the screen is an overview of the West Village PUD development. The non-residential parcels are in a pinkish color. The parcel associated with this rezoning is shown as PUD 1 and is approved for non-residential uses. To provide background, the current West Village PUD includes transportation and road improvement conditions linked to non-residential parcels. Currently, the transportation infrastructure improvements within the non-residential district must be completed before issuance of the first CO for a non-residential building. As the PUD is currently written, the first parcel to develop a non-residential use would need to construct all required road improvements and transportation infrastructure for the overall permitted 500,000 square feet of non-residential uses, with the exception of what is specifically tied to PUD 3. The proposed PUD amendment would allow for PUD 1 to develop and provide only those transportation improvements associated with this property, with the remaining road improvements to occur with development in the remaining non-residential PUDs 2 and 3. The Apex Transportation Plan identifies a roundabout at this location of the proposed site driveway on Kelly Road across from a future major collector, west of Kelly Road. Additionally, the transportation plan shows widening on Kelly Road from the intersection northward to a 4-lane median divided thoroughfare with a 6-foot bike lanes and 5-foot sidewalks. And the southward is a 3-lane thoroughfare with widening with 6-foot bike lanes and 5-foot sidewalks. The proposed amendments to the Plan Unit Development Conditional Zonings are consistent with the Apex Transportation Plan. The applicant is proposing to amend Section 13 public facilities associated with PUD 1 with this PUD amendment. No other changes are proposed to the previously approved rezonings. If you'd like to follow along with the proposed amendments, they start on page 2 of the staff report. Besides the general revisions and references changing the build-out year, there are revisions to PUD 1 that I would like to point out. So these are related to the off-site transportation conditions. The additional condition related to Street A and Street B, including the Kelly Road at Site Drive 4, around this location, the developer shall prepare a preliminary design and engineer's estimate for the review and approval and dedicate right-of-way and construction easements for the future construction of the roundabout at the Site Drive, Kelly Road and Street A, so at this location. Prior to site plan final plat, for PUD 1, the developer shall pay a fee in lieu for the 8% of the estimated costs to design and construct the roundabout. In addition to the conditions related to Kelly Road at Olive Chapel Road, at this location, the developer shall provide a preliminary plan and engineer's estimate for review and approval and pay a fee in lieu in the amount of 8% of the total estimated cost of the improvements prior to site plan final plat in Pod 1. At Kelly Road, at Apex Barbecue, the condition related to the developer constructing the eastbound, westbound, northbound, and southbound left turn lanes and the northbound and southbound right turn lanes has been revised to reference that the improvements have been completed and no additional improvements are recommended for updated commercial build dates for Pod 1, 2, or 3. At Old US 1 at Kelly Road, at this location, the condition related to completing a signal warrant analysis at the intersection of Old US 1 and Kelly Road to determine if a traffic signal is warranted has been removed. At Old US 1 at Pleasant Plains Road in Site Drive 6, so in this location, the condition related to installing a traffic signal has been removed. At Old US 1 at Site Drive 5, number 5, the condition has been revised so that the developer shall convert Site Drive number 5 from a right-in, right-out to a signalized full movement intersection instead of constructing Site Drive 5 as a full movement intersection. The development of Pod 1 shall include the roadway infrastructure improvements consistent with the TIA on file and the Apex Transportation Plan. The road improvement shall be subject to the Town of Apex and NCDOT approval. For widening along Kelly Road, the developer shall dedicate right-of-way for the length of the property's Kelly Road frontage, measured out a minimum of 55 feet from the existing center line of Kelly Road, and widen and improve Kelly Road for the length of the property's frontage consistent with the Apex Transportation Plan. At Kelly Road and Site Drive, the developer shall construct the site drive with a stop-controlled approach, one ingress and one egress lane, and a southbound left turn lane on Kelly Road. This concept can be found on page 7 of the staff report. This illustrates the proposed build 2028, the initial commercial phase recommendations on the left side, and the build 2030 or full build out recommendations on the right side. On the left side, you'll see the word note. So in this location, and this location, which shows the locations that the developer will pay proportional fee in lieu for future improvements as noted in the West Village Commercial Phasing Study review letter. The right side, you will see the roundabout location. The proposed amendments to the current PUD conditional zoning are consistent with the 2045 land use map, which classifies the area to be rezoned as mixed use, high-density residential, office employment, commercial services. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest, as it will ensure compliance with the existing conditions of the previously approved PUDs while allowing the subject property, Pod 1, to construct transportation improvements appropriate to the size of the parcel and the square footage of the non-residential use. The PUD amendment will allow the remaining road improvements from the previous rezoning to be constructed as the non-residential uses are developed in Pod 2 and 3. Transportation staff agree with the proposed transportation conditions proposed by the applicant and the TIA recommendations. Under Build 2028, the conditions of the site driveway are expected to operate accessibly as proposed. Planning Board heard this at their May 12th meeting and unanimously recommended approval with conditions offered by the applicant, and planning staff recommends approval of rezoning case 25CZ05 West Village PUD amendment. And I just wanted to point out we did receive one email. And I'm happy answering questions. I would have Russell Dalton and Jessica McClure in the audience as well to help.
Ms. Stoudemire, is planning concerned that allowing for the development, as shown here, of the Pod 1 may delay even further the other pods from developing and getting those improvements associated with those pods?
Planning staff isn't concerned necessarily because it'll be pieced on based off what is allowable for Pod 1 So with the way that the transportation conditions are written from a planning perspective, they will still be required to do what is required, but per the size of the property or the size of the use. From a transportation perspective, we'll see if Jessica or Russell want to add anything about the fee and lieu percentages or things like that.
Well, let me just rephrase. I'm concerned that the easier to develop pods, which maybe is pod 1 in this case, I'm not quite sure, but if those happen, it makes the other ones less appealing and viable over, in the long term, and just makes the project further. It makes the project more likely, I think, to come back with like, let us build homes or whatever, in this part instead of non-residential, and like that would be bad.
With the PUD amendment, there's nothing related to the uses that are changing. It's just related to the transportation improvements.
I understand.
For the...
I'm just saying it's maybe the choiciest piece, and what's left may be less choicey.
I mean, counterpoint. Like, why would the owners of pod 3 and the other ones sell pod 1 to someone else if they felt like it would make their property less developable?
To get something now, money-wise, I guess. If they're hurting, or if they're uninterested in really developing it as shown here in the long run. I don't know if they are or not, but I hope so. Hope they're.
But even if this were to come back as a rezoning for something else, right, we can still hold fast on the transportation plan improvements.
And we should. I hope we do. I'm just worried that there may be a loosening in the future.
We would never do that.
No. Watch me, hold my beer.
Yeah. That Lenny Smap, the carriage, right? It's too old.
I do have one question just to confirm my understanding. So the developer for pod 1 will pay an 8% fee in lieu based on the estimated construction cost of the roundabout on Kelly Road. Let's say that pod number.
Would you like me to go to a certain slide?
Now you're confusing me. Let's say that pod number 2 comes in.
Okay.
Or pod number 3. See, that's why I needed this one.
Was this better zoomed in?
So let's say that pod number 3 comes in 10 years from now, or 5 years from now, and the cost of that roundabout has increased, right? That 8% is no longer 8% of the total cost. So will the developer of pod 3 bear the total responsibility, and whatever 8% they get now is what they get? Or is there a future liability because that 8% may no longer cover the 8% of what then construction cost will be?
Sure. Russell, Jessica, do you want to discuss?
Yeah, we didn't ask for an additional contingency beyond that because we have no idea when those other pods are going to come in. That the applicant can certainly offer more. I will say that's going to be a very expensive roundabout for whoever builds it, whether they build it today or whether they build it 10 years from now. So that question will come up whenever pod 3 comes in. I would not be surprised if pod 3 tries to argue against building the roundabout at all, which is partly why, as part of this development, we have gotten a commitment where they're going to do the full multi-lane widening across their frontage now and set up a stop-controlled intersection. So in the future, at least, we have that ultimate widening done, which is a benefit, at least, to let this move forward. And to your earlier question about letting this move forward, does that potentially cause an issue later? We can't really speculate on that. We just don't know. I will say that whoever comes in again, the zoning conditions on this development were very ambitious. So I think what they're trying to do is just get something that they can move forward, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult for anything to move forward at this time.
Is the right-of-way reserved? It's getting late. For the roundabout, is the right-of-way already reserved for it?
It is not. They're gonna provide us with what we call like a 15% level design across their frontage to reserve additional right-of-way for their side of the roundabout. And then when pod 3 comes in, they would have to, per the zoning conditions, they would have to build it. But I would not be surprised if they came back in trying to rezone to remove that condition for the roundabout at that time.
So you haven't answered my question yet. Yep. So hypothetical, right? The cost of the roundabout today is $100, and so the developer's going to pay us $8, 8%, right? The fee in lieu. When the roundabout is getting built, it's going to cost $200, right? So pod 3 is going to come in and say, I'm only responsible for 92% of that. So I'm going to pay you whatever that is, like 180 it's getting late. $184, right? Plus the $8 that we already have, right? Now we're $8 short, right? Who's going to cover that $8 shortage?
So the current zoning, what I'd said before, that we've not asked for a contingency. They've not offered a contingency. The current zoning and the proposed zoning does not change the fact that Pod 3 is responsible for that roundabout, okay, so regardless of what money we provide.
Just needs to eat the additional $8.
In other words, they have to eat the additional cost. But you're right, the longer they delay, the more expensive the roundabout gets, and the less that fee in lieu is going to impact their ability.
I just want to make sure that the town doesn't end up owing that difference. That's what I wanted to go.
Correct. The town will not owe that difference. We may be faced with a question of a future rezoning where they don't want to build the roundabout because it's just too expensive. At which point we can decide, do they just do a standard frontage widening like this site's proposing to do now, and then we would have some fee in lieu at that time toward a roundabout that may not be constructed if that's what we decide to do.
What happens to the money then? Like if we collect a fee in lieu for a traffic improvement that later gets rezoned away, what happens to the $8 that Pod 1 gave to a future roundabout?
That may be a legal question.
Do you think it's necessary to go into a closed session just to get that?
Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Come on, it's at 11:30. Come on, we can do it.
I'll ask again. Do you really think that it's necessary?
There's
I'm gonna vote no against that.
There's a spreadsheet I've seen where we have fee in lieu things, and I think we've given some back when the project changed. I think that's what that spreadsheet has shown. You said the spreadsheet. It's not by memory, but I think we gave some back.
Let's go with that. That's probably what happened. Yeah. Thanks. I'll just, one other thing I want to mention on this project. Kelly Road and Old US 1, it's terrible. And I'm looking forward to someday whenever the Street A here gets completed and we can turn Kelly and Old US 1 to right in, right out and get full movement. Mm-hmm. Street 5, I guess. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm there like every day. That's rolling the dice.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks.
The applicant want to say anything?
Been waiting for 5 hours. Might as well.
I certainly don't want to discourage you. You have hung in there.
Yeah.
You have created presentations. Yes.
I'll keep my remarks brief to 30 minutes or less on this one. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. Have a number of representatives of our development team that are far more capable of answering some of the technical questions, and so just hit a couple high notes and address some of the things I've heard already. But short version is that this is a small component of a much larger approved PUD back in, I think, 2016 was when it was originally approved. Site envisioned for commercial services, and the developer that's actually proposing to deliver neighborhood scale residential or commercial services to a residentially developed area. Big picture wise though, it's a large PUD. It was a PUD that was led by a residential developer that didn't really think, how are we going to deliver commercial here? We'll commit to anything and someone else can figure out later. Now you've got a group that really wants to deliver commercial and listen to the feedback that you all have heard and bring something to the community. And we're here to figure out how to actually achieve that. Fortunately, we've had a collaborative effort with town staff that's come up with common sense solutions for this project. Very simply put, all of the original transportation improvements are required with this PUD. They don't go away. Non-residential component has to build their share. Pod 1 just does its share. And then the remainder is still the responsibility of the non-residential portion. So when pods 2 and 3 come in, the PUD says you have to complete those improvements as written. If they want to ask for a change, they have to come back to the town council and justify that. And in the meantime, we've done our share. We're paying our fee in lieu. We're doing our frontage improvements, and we're doing the roundabout dedication as well, so that that's there. It's going to be a lot harder to say no roundabout when the other side's already done it. And I appreciate Russell saying they're going to ask, but I've worked with Russell and he's pretty good at holding the line on things. And I think that he'd make sure that the improvements that the next developer, if they want to change them, are still satisfactory to the town and achieve their goals. Now, again, current improvements as required are extensive, far beyond the means of this project. It just makes commercial development infeasible for the site. But again, working with staff, they recommended certain improvements, and we're committing to all of those while maintaining all of the existing conditions. Now to Councilmember Gant's question, well, is this going to make future development less likely in the area? Is it going to make it harder to develop pods 2 and 3? Now, this is the concept plan submitted way back at the start that initiated discussions from our client that shows what their vision is for this site. So it's got a combination of office and commercial, 2-story building, then a daycare use. We've got a proof of concept from this development team in Apex that has been successful. A group that with Trial Commercial that's pioneering and going to areas where people say, well, I don't know if commercial is going to make it here, and it's been successful over off of Green Level West and Green Level Church Road where that Mescalito restaurant is. And I joke that I go by there and I say, I don't know how someone made it work, but they did. And so the goal with this project is to say, look, commercial can be viable here so that next group has more confidence to come in and do pods 2 and 3 with a proportionate share of the transportation improvements already being delivered by this group. Now, we would love to be part of that, and I know Triland has talked with those property owners about being part of that future phase. So the hope here is that this project can show, hey, commercial can be successful here. This is the project that demonstrates it. And with that, we think that staff, the report covers it really well, that it's consistent with all your policies and goals and delivers something really meaningful to the citizens of this area. So respectfully request that you vote to approve this.
Where did the 8% number come from?
It's proportional to our share of the commercial. So we have 40,000 out of 500,000 square feet. I think our trips from the TI actually are slightly below 8%. They're around 6 and change. So if that was a factor, it would round it up a little, but it matches the 40,000 out of 500,000 square feet of non-residential entitlement. It's our fair share.
Any other questions, comments? Great. We appreciate you hanging in there and getting a chance to present. We'll go into public hearing. I see on the public hearing sheet we have Mr. Marsh. We have you. You don't want to have it. I understand. And then Jeff Roach. You good? All right. That means we have no one signed up for public hearing, and we'll close public hearing. And that brings it back to council for any additional discussion and possible motions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
I'm gonna vote against because I don't want future rezonings that we were part of to change like this. And I think holding the line on ambitious things is important. So I think this is kind of a making the whole thing a little less viable and downgrading the zoning a little bit. That's how I see it. So I'm gonna vote no.
Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No?
Okay, it's 4-1. All right. That concludes our last public hearing. Any additional business that needs to be taken care of? There being none. Sorry, no, hold on. Let me look around and actually make it look like I was paying attention. There being none, all right, we'll adjourn this meeting then.
Good job, Mayor Pro Tem.